Hello, beautiful people. God, the Hyperbloom dream is dead. Fine. Also, I haven't slept. Oops. I won't be in the stream today because I can't take any story spoiler, but I'm not gonna do story spoilers. Actually, speaking of story spoilers, bro, is it just me or is shit getting really bad on Twitter? Like, I've never had my TL filled with story leaks as much as it has been in the past like 2 days. Like, is it just because I fucked up my algorithm and now I just keep seeing shit I don't want to see, or has it actually gotten worse lately? Oh well. Okay, I still need to do this. I really don't want to do it today. Probably just do it tomorrow, or I just won't do it at all. Oh well. Um. All right. All right. All right. Let's go spend some resin, man. Yeah, chat. The Hyperloom dream is dead. It's dead and forgotten. Like, it's not actually dead because Loma Hyperloom is still gonna be good, but the like Hyperloom meta of level 100 Raiden being the best C0 character in the game, um, it's not happening no more. But yeah, for those of you that are unaware, they are officially nerfing the past level 90 level scaling. From level 90 to 100, instead of being 40%, is going to be 15%. Nerf, it was never a thing. It isn't even a nerf. I mean, you're half right, but also you are making a irrelevant semantics argument. Like, yeah, it's true. We currently don't have a way to reach character level over 90. So the way that character level over 90 is currently coded in the game, if that gets changed before we are allowed to level our characters past 90, it's not really a nerf because it doesn't actually reduce the power of something that was attainable. But like, shut the fuck up. Like, shut up. Like, just shut the fuck up, please. Okay, my hair is awful today. Jesus Christ. Yeah, whatever. I give up. We don't have a word for revealed to be worse than expected, but like it actually it was a nerf though. Like, the game has code for reaction scaling on characters past level 90 right now. It's in the code. It's there. They are actively changing that code with the patch. Getting my favorite character to level 90 right after the patch hits, and that's about it. Yeah, that's probably what it's gonna be all about, honestly. And not much else. Chad, this is gonna be a short stream today, by the way. I don't know if I'll actually have the energy for the banner review, because I'm like omega cooked tired right now. I wanted to start stream like 2 hours ago. Alright, so here's what I did. Okay, I woke up. Actually, I didn't wake up, sorry. I was fucking lying in bed, unable to fall asleep. It was like 5 a.m. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna order some Tim Hortons, and I'm gonna start stream. And so I ordered some Tim Hortons at like 5:30 a.m. It took over 2 hours and a half to arrive, and over half of the order was missing. Dude, I was not happy. I was not happy at all. Oh, that shit was not. Anyways, I wanted to start stream like 2 hours ago. If it just got here in a reasonable amount of time. Hello? I would have started stream like 2 hours ago, and I would have had enough energy left for like an okay-ish stream. But now I'm gone. Okay, I'm like completely cooked. Volcano kablam! Oh. Sure. Come on. Last one. It'll be good. It'll be good. Yes. Wow. Insane. How do you think Vrisa's gonna age and not cry? I'm cooking an analogy right now, okay?
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate high,
Think of Versa
sit
as
down,
canned goods, okay?
and wolf it down in one go.
You know how canned goods stay like, what's the word for not spoiled? Like eatable, fresh. Oh. Would you really call canned goods fresh though? Preserved, I guess, sure. Edible, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. They say edible for a while, right?
Add
But
asterisk.
usually
Welcome.
that's assuming that the can stays sealed. Okay? Verissa is like Schrodinger's canned goods, not Schrodinger's cat. It's canned goods, but you don't know if the can's open or not, basically. Like that knowledge is out of reach from me, from you, from all of us. Okay?
Thank you for
And we'll know when dog cry rolls around, man. Go back to sleep. Sorry. My bad. Nap stream. Is Risa fun to play? I like playing her, yeah. You know what I don't like? Solo leveling. True! I feel like there's nothing funnier than launching strays at solo leveling all the time. It's just so funny. Oh, actually, I somehow found a video about ORV that I think is a really good way of approaching ORV. For those of you that wait. Yeah, I watched this video. It's an old video. It's 3 years old, but I watched it like 2 days ago, and I was like, "That's very funny." Does this have spoilers? This is okay. Technically, yes, it has major spoilers. However, the spoilers, they're not. They won't spoil. They're. It's more of a teaser than a spoiler. Because it won't make any sense to you until you get to that point of the story. Have you read the novel? No. So like, I only understand the first 2 minutes of this video. And then after that, it's like, what the fuck is going on, man? Wait, I need to move my I need to move my cow so you guys can see them. By the way, we are now at the point where I have no clue what's going on. Okay. I don't want to watch the whole thing. You guys should go should go watch the video if you want to. I'll post the link in chat. If you guys want to see the rest of it, here it is. It made me laugh a lot. You guys should read ORV. It's pretty good. I've seen the video already. I believe that. I do. I believe you. Okay, chat. Where do we spend our resin on this account today? I don't know. Weeklies? We can do weeklies. But weeklies are just disappointment, aren't they? That's all that awaits me. Disappointment and pain.
I'm all warmed up.
Playground buff is gone? Yeah, it is.
Afraid? Or do you not even have the courage to be afraid? Is it my turn now?
Where the fuck is she?
With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise. Have a taste of
I think
purgatory.
my E might have missed. Because my energy looks a little sus right now.
Is it my turn now? Not bad. You've proven to be a worthy opponent after all. Darkness has been seared away. My blade is all that remains.
Let's light it up. Going in. Light up the blazing sun.
Sometime is only the beginning.
Try and stop me.
Please die.
The end of
I didn't want to use my bursts again, but I should have.
your punishment made manifest.
I guess I'll have to Mawika, because if I do, she's gonna die. Alright. Come on, man. Please. 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 No more denial. Please. Please. How? 15 of these, man. Fuck. Fuck, man. But like, how? I know! How? See, this is why I didn't want to do this today. All right, I don't have it in me to accept this. Wait, is the patch tomorrow? Oh, it is. I thought it was 2 days from now. Oh, fuck.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
It is 2 days? It's not. It's like tomorrow, but at the end of the day. Anyways. I'll go kill a dragon. With the level scaling nerfs, is level 100 for Hyperloon still high priority? Nope, not anymore. No, it doesn't really matter. You just do it on your favorite character. Which, to be fair, is probably a good thing. Hello, Storm Terror Dvalin, erstwhile King of the Skies. Ain't no fucking way you just did that, man.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is pyroclastic surge.
What is it that I need for Bennett again? It doesn't matter. I won't get it no matter what. I need the plumes. Alright, time to get the other two things. Wow. Oh, we actually got a plume. That's sick. Wait, maybe we're not cursed. Actually, I don't care about this one that much. Eh, whatever. It's still nice. And last, I should go for a queen. So, any helpers that want to join my world here? I'm not accepting Brookin anymore. I know this motherfucker's gonna fucking put Ella and increasing the amount of time it takes to clear. I've learned my lesson. No more. No more. Beggars can't be choosers. Are we really only gonna get Brugin? Do we really have to settle for Brugin? Okay, we don't. Buddy.
May I present?
You brought this upon yourself. Alright, you guys can keep. You guys can.
Hal loves being antagonistic. Just ignore him when he's mouthing off. Don't let him get under your skin.
I dare you to release me and say that to my face!
Is this really the best we can do here? Be honest. Be honest. Eh. Okay, no, that's worse. Just go back. Go back. Go back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, my adaptive process! Goose on the loose!
the tier 1. Oopsie, I wasn't paying enough. I got hit. Damn. Oh, I got hit again. Time to act. It is time to slay our foes.
Some pomp and ceremony. Good lord, always forgetting your lines.
Good lord, more like good queen. Give me a queen, please and thank you. We got a queen and a chunk, y'all. We take those. Holy. We're now at 6. Wait, that's all we need, right? For Flins? Okay, huge. Right, chat, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna get the soul out of the way. We're gonna get it out of the way right now. So, we stare, we pound, and shall we zilch? Oh. Okay, no cap. I don't think we need to zilch. This is chirp. Bet. Bet. Holy. He's the goat. What? Huh? What yellow and purple do? Match. Like many an endearing goofball. What? Play as a guitar, strum, burn slightly, char, perhaps? No. Maybe. I feel like I'm less confident on the char, or on the match than on the char. Cloth. Is this CDs? Are CDs that old? I feel like Are CDs really older than me? Overblown promotion. I don't know. Clash. Hype? Maybe? Probably not, right? Is ask up a thing? I know ask out is a thing. Harry Styles. I get it. Oof. My lack of sleep is showing on this one. Okay. Okay. That's fine. We don't have any big streaks left. We lost all of them. So it doesn't matter anymore. Recent Dendro character. Who is the most recent Dendro character even? Kinich? Late Fontaine. Is there a Fontaine Dendro character? I mean, Kirara was released during Fontaine, right? She's a sword user. Emily is a polearm user. That would work. Yeah. I've heard this. I've heard this multiple times. I've heard this so many times. Is this... It is, okay. Is that Kave? No. It's Shenhe or Chi-Chi. It's one of the two. This is a talisman. I'm not sure which one it is. It's a 50-50. I lost the 50-50. Lost a 50-50 to Chi-Chi. That's very thematically accurate, huh? Okay, up. Cow. Wine. Venti?
Many insects have a compulsion to follow.
Shut the fuck up, Malika.
Humans are the same.
I can't even make you shut up by going to the escape menu. I gotta return to single player. Alright. Wait, no. Okay. Bald. Not a bald day. It's never a bald day, man. Let's try something recent. Let's try Archer. Quantum. Not too old. Quantum. Was Casserize Quantum or was she something else? I forgot. Was she Quantum or Ice? She was one of the two. She was Quantum. Tribby? Bad. I wonder if the Dragon Lady has any brave pills for sale. If not, Play Dead pills might do the trick. The Dragon Lady is referring to Bailu, right? But who? This has to be from the Halloween event, doesn't it? Who was involved in that event? It was with Gwynaifen, right? could be something Gwenithan says. Maybe it's Huo then? Yeah, okay. But that. What's that? That kind of looks big. What in the fuck is that, bro? I don't have a clue. Artisan elixir. What? Like potions? Who the fuck makes potions?
Instead of confining
Why isn't Potion Seller a character?
God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
I don't know, maybe... Oh. I see. I guess that makes sense. Who cries? Ho cries. Clara?
Many
Never a
insects have
bad
the
day.
compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
But alright. Now the best. The no. I mean I like the pips. The pips is fun. Greater than 2. There's literally only one thing here that's greater than 2, so it's gotta be this, clearly. This is lower than 2. Five. These are equal. They're probably 3s. Bro. Wow. That was crazy. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? Buddy, what the fuck? Why is it so big? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said it like this. I apologize. Is there a 2-5? There is. Is there a 0-2? Yeah. Is there a 0-1? No. So this would have to be here. Then this would have to be here. This would have to be here. I need 16. So 11 in these 3. We'll come back to that. This has to be a pair. This has to be 2 and 3.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Then this has to be 1 and 1. This has to be 1 and 2. And this has to be cooked. Chat, I'm cooked. There's no 5s left for this. So this can't be here. Can I reset somewhere? Clear? Because there's only 2 5s, right? And there's those 2 5s have to be in those 2 positions. Which kind of forces my hand here. Then 0 2 0 0. And 6 2. Then 2 2. Then 2 3. Very cool. 1 1. 1 2. This is 2 5. Okay. Okay. That's progress. 4 2 and 1 3. One 4. 4 4. 4 3. 3 3. My God, that was hard. Holy, let's do the spell check.
Welding. A verb meaning to become or be capable. Rush. A noun meaning any of various monocotyledonous, often tufted marsh plants, as of the genera Juncus and Luzula of the family Juncaceae, the rush family, with cylindrical, often hollow stems which are used in bottoming chairs and plating mats. The word originates from Old English risk and transitioned into Middle English. Rush. A noun.
Okay.
Spiral. A adjective meaning winding around a center or. Dither. A verb meaning shiver, tremble. Ditter dates back to Middle English and imitates the act of trembling or shivering. Dither. A verb meaning shiver, tremble. Ditter dates back to Middle English and imitates the act of trembling or shivering. Dither. A verb meaning shiver, tremble. Ditter dates back to Middle English and imitates the act of trembling or shivering.
Okay.
Shake. A verb meaning to move irregularly to and. Demonstrative. A adjective meaning demonstrating as real or. Embryo. A noun meaning an animal in. Laconic. A adjective meaning using or involving the use of a minimum of words. Concise to the point of seeming rude or mysterious. Laconicus is Latin for Spartan and originates from Greek lakonikos. Laconic. Turophile. A noun meaning a connoisseur of cheese, a cheese fancier. Irregular combines Greek tyros for cheese and English arphile meaning lover. Turophile. A noun meaning a connoisseur of cheese, a cheese fancier. Irregular combines Greek tyros for cheese and English arphile meaning lover. Turophile. A noun meaning a connoisseur of cheese, a cheese fancier. Turophile.
It doesn't sound like a Y though, but I'm not sure. Okay, I bet.
Slobbery. A noun meaning saliva drooled from the mouth. Slobbery. A noun meaning saliva drooled from the mouth. Slobbery. A noun meaning saliva drooled from the mouth. Slobbery. A noun meaning saliva drooled from the mouth. Slobbery. a noun meaning saliva drooled from the mouth. Slobbery. A noun meaning saliva drooled from the mouth. Slobbery. A noun.
Okay, yeah, bet.
Mallet. A noun meaning a hammer with a typically barrel-shaped head. Insouciance. A noun meaning lighthearted unconcern, nonchalance, derived from French in and soucier, meaning to trouble or disturb.
Is it SC?
Insouciance. A
Oh,
noun meaning
fuck.
lighthearted unconcern, nonchalance.
Not French silent letters. Is it C or is it SC? That looks wrong. But then did they Englishify the ending of the word and put an E, or did they not and it's an A?
Insouciance. A noun.
It sounds like they didn't. Bet. Okay.
Castilian. A noun meaning a native or inhabitant of Castile, broadly, Spaniard. Castilian. A noun meaning a native or inhabitant of Castile.
GG.
Poltroon. A noun meaning a spiritless coward. Craven. Poltron from Middle French comes from Old Italian poltrone, related to poltro meaning colt, from Latin pullus. Poltroon. A noun meaning
GG.
demitas. A noun meaning a small cup of black coffee. Also, the cup used to serve it.
Okay. That was... Oh! Shit, bro. I missed the French. Okay. That... That's Food Wars. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. Nanana's buried treasure. Wow. That's a guy. That's a gun being pointed at a gargoyle. Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck is the Ninetales doing, man? The fuck is the Ninetales doing? It's 2 then 3 then long. Huh? No. It's probably Toll. To the abandoned sacred beast. That fits. It's gotta be that. And that's an abandoned sacred beast. Bad. Okay. Easy clap. Easy clap. Oh. That's... Which one is it? Is that Shiro? That's Shiro, right?
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God
Why does she have a stapler in her hands?
exploration and trials, adventuring
Oh.
my alley.
What is... Why? Oh. Okay. I don't know any of these.
Many insects have a compulsion
I
to
am
follow the light.
completely
Humans are the
at a
same.
loss.
Except we call that light hope.
Okay. I don't know any of these either. We're cooked. Well, this says obey with an M, so I'm gonna assume it's obey me. Holy. And I don't know why, but this guy kind of looks like the bird from Shangri-La Frontier. So I'm gonna guess Shangri-La Frontier, but I don't think it's that. Okay, I was wrong. It's okay. There's a resemblance. No? Like, is that just my tired brain? Or do you guys see it too? No? Okay, my bad. I'm sorry I spoke. It's fine, because today's a Baki day. It's not. Not. It's an original, probably. Oh, I don't want to do this shit, man. Or web manga. True. True. Could it be solo leveling? No. But it is from a web manga. But it's none of these tags. What the? Not action, adventure, fantasy, drama, mystery. And it's a web manga? Tower of God? Would that not be action? Romance? Is there such a thing as a romance adapted anime from a web manga that is not fantasy? I don't think so, bro. I don't think that exists.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens,
Reliana, that is fantasy.
their horizons in the world below.
What? But maybe they wouldn't count it as fantasy, actually. Who knows? Yumi Cells, is that from a web manga? Actually, Reliana's probably from a light novel, too. Anyways. Lookism? Is there an anime? There is? What the f... But that's action, anyways. Fucking idiot. True. School. It's a 7.3 something. God of High School? It's not action! True Beauty. What the fuck is True Beauty? Well, it wasn't that. It's a comedy. Not romance. Yeah, let's get the fucking clue, man. That looks like a Coomer thing. I'm gonna be so for real. It's Mieruko-chan. What is that? Oh. Chat, I'm gonna be so for real. I thought that this was like a boob. When it was blurred. aback by the unblurred. That's so funny. Anyways, GG. Yeah, that was not a very good performance. But that's okay. Oh, we still have the openings left. We still have the openings left. Oh. Fuck, which one is that, man? I think that's night. I think this is stay night. But I'm not. I think this reads stay night. It's very blurry, but I think it's stay night. Okay. Okay. Huge. Bro, I don't know this shit at all. Yeah, I don't know this. That it's because it's not isekai, so I can't know it. This also looks like it's not isekai. I think we're cooked again.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light home.
Cool harem slop, yeah. Well, that was that. Ugh. Level 100 isn't worth it anymore? Yeah, pretty much. Well, it's not worth it. Like, it is going to increase your DPS. But it's not like goaded for Hyper Bloom anymore, basically. You know, I did this because I kind of wanted to heal, but I'm realizing this is not enough. If I want my Aoife to heal, I might just need to, like, level this up a little bit. Because 20% of EM plus 48 is not a lot. As it turns out.
Rise with the sun, full throttle.
Oh, that's a chest.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
You doing banner review today? I don't think I'll record a video for it. I think I'm too tired. But I will yap about it a little bit. Just for those of you that want my thoughts as early as possible. You little parasocial freaks. Sorry. I shouldn't ridicule you for watching my content. That's how I make a living, but I don't know, man. I felt like it today. Alright? What are you gonna do about it? Stop watching? You little parasocial freak. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sorry.
Add Astro.
Oh. First time catching you live. Oh boy. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Add Astro. Thank you.
Bad moment. Bad timing. Alright. Let's talk about it a little. Chad, this is actually kind of good for new players. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, both Barbara and Kave kind of suck ass. But, like, at this point, we're kind of reaching a point where 4-star cons matter less and less. And it's just really a matter of having the right, like, units overall and the right building blocks around them to make their teams work. And some of them are 4-stars and 4-stars with cons, but more and more of them are 5-stars. And character like Llama can kind of do everything she needs to, as long as you fucking slap a Cookie on the team. So Cookie being on the Llama banner is really good. And then there's this fucking loser. And then, bro. This is ass. This might be the worst weapon banner of all time, man. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's so bad. Like, the best weapon here is Sack Frag, I guess. And that's including the 5-star weapons. Oh, man. Yeah, this is really bad. Then there's this. Yeah. I don't know, man. I feel like you have to be an idiot to go for Nilo in 2025, bordering on 2026. Getting her con from the new event, that's fine, right? Sure. But, like, if you're trying to pull for meta stuff, why would you go Nilo when she caused the same amount of wishes as Llama does? Sorry, as Nefer does. There's just no way in fucking hell Nilo teams are going to be better than Nefer teams in content design for Nefer. And Nilo's not new, so she's not going to have content design around her. Why the weapons aren't lined up with her character? Yeah, that is kind of annoying. You're right. Nilo feels like such bait. She kind of is bait. Like, they're bringing her back just barely enough for her to be viable in, like, the current endgame content. But for how long? Even the boss that's made for her, the fucking Bloom boss, it's the easiest boss we've ever had. It's clearable with 1 cost llama on Dire. Which is fucking crazy. Like, the thing that Nilo does for your account if you're trying to do Dire clears is she allows your Syncto to be used in another team. Which, I mean, that's not a bad thing, don't get me wrong. But, like, that's it. That's the extent of what she does. You're gonna fuck if you don't have Nahida or Loma. Yeah, I'm not saying that the boss is a good design or that it'll be easy for a lot of people. I'm saying the boss's balance is in such a way that the boss is really easy if you have Llama, and if you don't have Llama, you shouldn't go for Nilo. You should go for Llama, and then if you get an early Llama, then you can go for Nilo. But once you have Llama, you don't need Nilo. Even the content that's designed to make Nilo feel good is clearable with fucking 1 cost Llama teams. So why would you spend your wishes for a side grade on your Llama teams when it doesn't even free up something you need on another team? Can you do it? Of course. If you like Nilo, like, go for it. Have fun. It's a fucking video game, buddy. But from a meta perspective, getting Nilo is kind of dumb right now. Unless they start actually giving us real AoE content. Which I suppose is not completely insignificant. Like, that could happen, but nothing indicates that's going to be a focus for them. For now, at least. Hytham could be good if he had dedicated Quicken supports. He could. Although, more and more, I'm starting to think that there's a very real chance that by the time we get Quicken supports, the power creep will have gotten so bad that every carry is going to be at Mawika level. Right? Like, that's kind of what I'm expecting in the near future. Right? Most of the like sus leaks of the character kits seem to be like kit archetypes that improve a lot of the current meta teams, but not Mawika teams. So I expect the gap between Mawika and the other meta carries to get smaller with time. And if we reach a point where current Mawika level DPS is what's expected of just a normal meta carry, if they release a Quicken support, I don't think they'll make the Quicken support strong enough that Alhaitham would get there. I think they'd make the Quicken support fairly strong, that Alhaitham would get to like current Varissa level, and then they'd release a new Quicken carry. Like, if you skirk all over again? Kinda, yeah. They're so tired. Yeah, I'm fucking dead. Honestly. But if they nerfed level 100 if it didn't even do anything in the first place? They only nerfed a small portion of the level 100 stuff. The thing is, the thing they nerfed is the thing that benefited the most from level 100. Right? It used to be that level 100 was like a... like 5 to like a 7 to 15% DPS increase for your character's personal damage would generally translate it to like 3 to 10% team DPS. Except Hyperbloom. Hyperbloom teams got fucking 30% team DPS. And that's what they nerfed. They made it so that 30% now is instead about 10% like the other teams. Basically, they're trying to balance it so that each carry gets a similar amount from getting upgraded to level 100. They're trying to standardize the DPS upgrade from level 100 in your characters. Which, to be fair, like, is probably a good thing. As much as my inner Hyperbloom and Singto Glazer wanted more of a reason to glaze Hyperbloom and Singto, it's probably better this way. Because otherwise you'd have this really weird scenario where, like, if you got lucky on your 50-50 losses and you end up with a level 100 Raiden or Kuki, you just have a fucking Hyperbloom team that's just better than your Maoiga team. And it's just like, oh, okay, cool, I guess. Sick.
God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
But then you need to start accounting for the fact that some people will have it and some won't, and you'd just be like, I don't need more lines in my sheets. There's enough. There's enough of them already.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Oh, Broom posted a Zyok slander video. Lord. Okay, buddy. He's starting out with a fucking paragraph. Both Genshin's new Archon Quest and Star Rail's full and 4-year storyline will be done and streamed within the next cycle, 2 to 3 weeks. Dates TBD, but mark my words, no longer will I be behind. Chat, you know, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Silksong did come out before Nick played Elden Ring. Right, like that that is kind of crazy. Like that's insane. No? Okay. Nick rerolling the attack percent, long knife toe sands multiple times just to keep the original stats. I wish I could reroll and keep the original stats. I would spend two Dust of Enlightenment to try to go for high rolls on my crit rolls. If it was guaranteed to reroll into the same stats. What? Does he actually do that on the Liar? Like once a stream? Oh boy. It's the only song he knows? I see. You know what's the only one song I know? I am way too tired for this, by the way. I am way too tired for this, by the way. I am way too tired for this, my god. Not a good performance, I'm ugh. Not a good performance I'm giving so far. How the fuck did I keep the combo there, bro? I was just pressing random ass buttons. I got a lot of goods, but somehow I kept. Oh fuck. Not anymore. Somehow I had kept the combo. Wasn't as bad as I was expecting, honestly. That wasn't as bad as I expected. That was okay. That was acceptable. Let's do this. This map sucks. What the fuck? I don't want to do it anymore. We can do this. Fucking good at the start, ruined everything though. Unlucky. Unlucky. The map sucks, my god. Well, we'll never have to do it again. Arizona Risley next. Sure, I don't want to do entire Risley demo, but we can do Farazan. I'm not 100%ing this one, by the way. Or maybe I am? Okay. I guess I was. I guess I am. Okay. Okay. I mean, hey. Maybe sleep deprivation is the key. Maybe it is. Holy. My heart is beating out of my chest. I'm not sleepy anymore. Wait, this was the secret. This was the secret all along. Oh my fucking god, bro. Dude, I'm in the zone. Holy shit. I'm in the zone. I'm in the fucking zone. Oh my god. True. Shilonen? Fine. I'll do Shilonen as the last one. But I don't like this one. I don't like the song. The map is okay. I go back and forth between liking it and not liking it. Because there's a bunch of boring parts, but there are also a bunch of good parts.
Got a few tricks on my sleeves, yeah. Others on my squeezily freeze, yeah. On a mission, don't need no teaser. Get your straight, yeah, you should check a meter. I'll last sneak peek or two when you got no idea what to do. Always on my mark, no time to cues. Shine the light, tell me the stage is not for you. With every step I take and every move I make, there's a trail, but I ain't never gonna be afraid. You know I'm wild like that, never can be tamed. Even all this big, watch me skate. With every step I take and every move I make, there's a trail, but I ain't never gonna be afraid. You know I'm wild like that, never can be tamed. Even all this big, watch me skate.
That wasn't great. That was pretty pathetic in the middle. Yeah. Kind of feels bad to end on a performance as bad as that, but I don't care. Chat! Have I been energized enough for a banner review? Honestly, I'm gonna be honest, no. Oh yeah, we should, yeah. Zyos, if he actually posted his guys on time. True. Zyos after, wait. Zyos after posting a main channel video 6 months after it was recorded. Yep. 2020 Zyos, yep. 2020, that's so true. So true. That's a good one. That's a good one. Zajef explaining how Anaxa is his favorite Euphoria's character and how Lygus was right. He hasn't done the quest. The comment section on any Withering Waves VOD. Oh boy. Damn. Oyo designing every game mode to be single target and or Shao sucks. Zara said he realizes that Chao's highest DPS team is VV with Moika. Using Vermilion footage for guide videos in 2025. Zara said it reaches a Rune grade or it's a Vermilion reference. Bro. Zara's after Shao gets a new set every region, true. What do you guys think the Nogcry Shao set is gonna do? Maybe it's gonna be the Varka set and it's just gonna be like straight up Animo damage. The Zyog stream if he didn't stall. True. Whoa, is that the Wordle guy? Zyog gets literally every other country with the correct one in the global. That's so true. The absolute state of 4-star guides. 4 months ago. What do you mean? There is a Gamin guide. Zyos explaining how Kiddish and Malani have almost the same DP. Oh boy. True. So true. True. So true. Damn. Good slander video. Undertale stream when? Okay. I'm not sure exactly when I'll do it, but I'll tell you one thing for sure. I will stream Undertale before Nick streams Elden Ring. That I can promise you. Multiple of 0 statement. Okay, buddy. You know what? Fuck it. I'm tired, but I don't give a shit. We're recording the Loma, or the banner review video. We're doing it. I don't care. It's gonna be a shit video. Whatever, man. Who cares about quality? True and real. Everyone, say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the version, and God, I hate that I'm about to say this, version Luna 1, Phase 1 banner review. Oh boy, do I heckin' love when naming conventions go out the window just so that we can have a patch that feels special. Anyways, Loma's getting released. Nahida's getting a rerun. These 4 stars are certainly something. And oh boy. Oh boy. I will hold off on talking about the Chronicle Wish. I'll make a dedicated video for that, and I will not be as tired as I am today for that one, because I think there's more to say. I'm a little bit sleep deprived at the moment, but that's okay. Let's just get right into it. Llama is looking to be fairly good for so far. I don't want to get into too much of the details on Llama, because I've talked about it a lot in the pre-release. But I do want to mention 2 major things that changed / were clarified about her. 1. Next patch, they are buffing Bloom directly, not just through Llama's interactions. Bloom's recoil damage when it explodes goes from 5% to 2%. That means that if you trigger a Bloom that would do 20k on the enemy, right now, in the current version of the game, it will do 1k to your character. In not 6.0. In Luna 1, it will instead do 400 damage. Less than half. That's a pretty big change to the Nilo teams, because it obviously means that you're going to be a lot less reliant on healers. You'll have more flexibility in your healer options. You'll be able to get away with using Barbara instead of Kokomi and still have enough healing, which was something that wasn't really doable before that buff. So that's the first major thing that changed. Second major thing that changed / got clarified is we now have a bit more information on level 100 scaling for transformative reactions, and it is not the 40% that is currently present in the code. They're changing it for the rollout, and it is in the preload of Luna 1. It is about 15% more transformative reaction base damage from level 90 to 100. The effect of that is basically that there isn't that much of a difference between characters when it comes to how much DPS you gain from getting them to level 100. Pretty much every character is getting somewhere between 7 and 15% from being leveled to 100. like from 90 to 100, and the impact from your team DPS is going to be bigger on teams where most of the damage is coming from one character. This isn't that big of a deal because the level 100 thing isn't something that's going to necessarily be accessible to everyone as soon as it rolls out. But I do think it's a bit more relevant than people think. There's a lot of free-to-play players that have been playing for a long time, and if you have been playing for a long time, you'll have lost a bunch of 50-50s from your Freemos over the years. And then with the standard selectors on top of that, there's going to be a bunch of people that have a C6 of a standard 4-star already, and that can just select that one to get the Master of the Seal of Fortuna to ascend their characters. If it hadn't been for this change, if they kept it as it's currently coded in the game for the inaccessible levels, over 90, then it would have made it so that for people that did get, like, that lost their 50-50s to the same character all the time, the C12 Chi-Chi havers, you know who you are. It would have made it so that you would have been able to have access to major upgrades to Hyperbloom teams. And because Loma is a character that is, you know, very good in Bloom and Hyperbloom teams, it would have been pretty major for those teams. Now it's a lot more of a the DPS upgrade in those teams is now pretty similar to the DPS upgrade you'll see in other meta teams. It's not head and shoulders above the rest anymore. Maybe it's a bit on the higher side still, because 15% is a bit on the higher side, but it's not unfathomably high. Anyways, those two things out of the way, let's just quickly do a TLDR about Loma. Loma is honestly just Yahida. It's like we had Nahida, and now we have Yahida. Like it's not Na anymore. It's Ya. Honestly, Loma kind of just does everything Nahida does, but better. Her hits, her off-field Dendro application is faster than Nahida's. It's a bit weaker, but the strength of the application generally doesn't tend to matter that much in a lot of the teams where you play her. It's not faster than Nahida with the burst active and 2 electro characters, but it's about the same speed. The main downside, I guess, is your AoE's a bit smaller than the upper limit that Nahida can hit, and it doesn't last for as long. But in exchange for that, just in terms of like features, it carries over multi-wave. And features aside, she's just outright better. Like numbers-wise, she's significantly better. Nahida doesn't actually buff Hyperblooms. Right, she gives EM to the active party member, but in Hyperbloom teams, you generally want to on-field your Dendro character for more core generation. So you're only giving EM to Nahida herself, and she's not the one triggering Hyperblooms. So none of Nahida's kit actually helps at buffing Hyperbloom damage. She's just designed around generating a bunch of Hyperblooms. But Lama doesn't really generate much less. It's a similar amount. And on top of that, she has pretty big direct buffs to Hyperbloom. It's not just for Hyperbloom, it's also for normal Bloom. I'd say that there's probably not a single account where I would recommend getting Nahida and not Lama. If you want a character for your Bloom teams, don't even look at this banner. Pretend it doesn't exist. How reliant is Llama on 5-star characters? I'm still not entirely certain, but honestly, it doesn't look like she's too reliant on it. I've seen some Billy showcases from the creator server of people doing Dire with C0 or 0 Llama with 4 stars only. Honestly, there are not many characters that can do that. Like, that's fucking Varissa with the Witsith RNG resets level on the against a lava dragon. And sure, the boss shills her pretty hard, but the point I'm making is that she is actually at a level where even her non-optimized teams with only 4-star characters can actually consider going for Dire players. There's not a lot of characters that are there. Does that mean that she's incredibly powerful and you need to get her? No. But does it mean that she's pretty good and you will likely have a use for her if you get her? Yeah. The biggest thing that makes it really difficult for me to really be 100% certain of how important getting getting Llama is this fucking abomination. Okay, we've had early leaks for the 6.1 Siegen Onslaught, and there's this boss who just has greatly increased resistances, and in order to take its resistance back down, you need to do lunar reaction damage. The thing is, I know doesn't enable lunar reactions. Lunar reactions are something that, as far as stuff that's been confirmed so far, can only happen with 5-star characters. And if it stays like that, I don't know what the fuck to say. Like, that's way worse than Papilla, right? Because at least with Papilla, you had alternatives to Night Soul. Night Soul was better, sure, but if you didn't have Night Soul, it is what it is. But with this shit, oh boy. But anyways, this is not a video about Siegen Onslaught. It's also not an in-depth video about Llama. I just wanted to quickly mention it. Overall, Llama is one of the better characters, I'd say. I mean, she's definitely the best character of the patch. But you might not need her to clear Fearless for Hyperbloom content. You might be able to get away with Nahida if you already have Nahida, because you got her, back when she was actually good in Sumeru. So ask yourself, like, do I need Llama to be able to clear this content now? And if you don't, then I mean, don't bother, right? But yeah, next, Nahida, honestly, fucking shitty character in 2025. I'm afraid to say. I'm sorry to say. She's not good anymore, honestly. The biggest problem with Nahida is that she was balanced around how powerful the Dendro reactions were in 3.0 when they were released, compared to other 3.0 teams, with the insanely high floor of the reactions themselves. And so they overloaded Nahida's kit with a lot of elemental application, and then pretty much nothing else, because elemental application was enough to make her really good. But now that we have a lot more alternatives, that's less and less valuable. And with Llama, who just is outright an upgrade over her in a lot of her teams, there's just not really a reason to go for her anymore. Will that stay the case? Not sure. We have had some early leaks for Nefer. She seems to be an EM scaling Lunar Bloom carry, which means she's definitely going to want Llama on her team, and she's definitely going to want some Hydro on her team. But the last slot is going to be a flex slot. And which character goes in the flex slot is not yet clear from the leaks we have. It's very limited information. But because she's an EM scaler that does direct lunar damage, she's going to scale really well with EM buffs. So 250 EM from Nahida, paired with 6 to 9 particles from Nahida's pretty decent off-field particle generation, might actually be enough to make it so that Nahida is the best last slot in those teams. Is that something I expect to, like, 100% happen? Honestly, kind of. I fully expect, and again, I say this before we get any actual numbers or full descriptions for anything that Nefer does, right? We have some very, very vague stuff. We know she's a Lunar Bloom carry. We know she has a passive that increases her EM. That's pretty much it. And we know that she converts blooms to just a stack mechanic and like undoes your dendro cores and converts them to a way for her to increase her own damage. With all of that in mind, if she's burst reliant, Nahida's probably going to be pretty good for her. And I fully expect Nahida to be the best last slot in her teams. But I don't expect her to be that far ahead of the other last slots. I expect her to be pretty similar. A little bit ahead, maybe like 5%. But yeah, it won't be like an Inefa versus Auron scenario. That would be where Llama comes in. Llama would be Inefa versus Auron. But Nahida will be kind of like Sucrose versus Ilonin, I guess. Maybe the gap might even be less than that. Yeah, it might be like a Shenhe versus Yelan on Skirk type thing, basically. So, again, though, keep in mind, very, very, very large grain of salt on this. But I just wanted to bring that up. We will have, obviously, proper Nefer leaks by the time this banner is actually out, though. So if you want to be more certain about this, I'll probably post a first impressions video on Nefer in the first week of the patch, so you can, like, a first impression on the leaks of Nefer's kit in the first week of the patch, so you can look forward to that. I'll also probably mention it in the Llama day 1 testing if we have Nefer leaks by then. Nefer stuff aside, like unconfirmed future stuff aside, right now Nahida is just not really a good character. Because again, she's balanced around her application, but they just keep giving us characters that have application that's almost as good and also major buffs outside of that. Next, honestly, let's knock out Kaveh and Barbara first. Let's start with Kaveh. Kaveh, editors, I need you to put on screen that, like, we're so back, it's so over. We're so back, it's so over meme thing. Kaveh was about to be really good, and then he isn't. If Bloom didn't get buff, if the recoil damage didn't get reduced from 5% to 2%, Kave would have been pretty much the only non-dog shit 4-star, like, quote-unquote healer for Nilo Llama teams. Because Barbara's healing is just too ass. And Yao Yao's application is really bad. So she won't feel great to play in those teams. But since they Omega buffed Bloom by reducing the self-damage by a lot, Barbara is now enough. And sacrificing a Hydro Applicator to use Barbara instead versus sacrificing a Dendro Applicator to use Kave instead, using Barbara instead is a much smaller nerf. Barbara is honestly very interchangeable with a character like Kokomi. She has pretty similar application. She's also a Hydro Catalyst. The main difference between the two is with Barbara, you need to get closer to the enemies, but if the enemies move, you can move with them. With Kokomi, you don't need to get as close to the enemies. Your AoE is a bit bigger, but if the enemies move and your sac frag isn't available, you're cooked. I'd say Kokomi's a bit better, but not to the point where she's really worth going for. Not to the point where she's really worth pulling. Because of the healing buff. Or not the healing, because of the self-damage buff, which was a reduction of self-damage. Anyways. The reason why this is a big hit for Kave is because the only thing that Kave has going for him is the sheer amount of healing that he can do in these Nilo teams. Because he heals more than the damage he takes when he gets bloomed, basically, from his passive. So the more you bloom, the more he heals. It's only self-healing though, so it's not perfect, but it's not bad either. But now that self-damage isn't really a problem anymore, the main upside to Kave is gone, and now you'd rather just use Barbara. Because of that, yeah, rip Bozo. Barbara's cons don't fucking do shit, honestly. Kave's bad, so his cons don't matter, although I guess if you somehow play him in a Nilo team and find yourself dying, his C1 is nice, but that shouldn't happen anymore. So, yeah. Barbara's cons are just really not it. C1 is 2 energy per rotation on an 80 cost burst. That means it would take 40 rotations to get your burst from the C1. $40 rotations to get, yeah. This is honestly worse than Xiao's C4. Because this will never matter. At least 100 defense percent will sometimes prevent you from getting killed by an attack. Like, you'll survive an attack that would have otherwise killed you. This shit will never matter. Ever. Barbara's C1 is an exploration constellation, so that your exploration overworld healer can press their burst button every, what is it, 800 seconds? Every 12, 13 minutes. Without you having to fight enemies. So if you took some fall damage, you can heal it back up. Thank you, Barbara. Yeah, it's ass. Don't bother. C2 sounds like it matters, but it does not. Barbara is borderline unplayable without sac frag in these bloom teams. So reducing the skill cooldown doesn't matter because your skill should never go on cooldown. What you do with Barbara is you use her skill. Her skill has 2 hits while it's activating, and you hope that the sac frag procs on one of those 2 hits. at R5 sack frag, that's a 96% chance. And then by the time your E is over, the sack frag cooldown will be back up, so you just do it again. So this doesn't do anything. The hydro damage also doesn't do anything because, well, damage percent won't help your Nilo teams, and Barbara doesn't really get played in teams where you care about hydro damage percent. Skill and burst constellations are actually the best constellations she has. Which is so funny to say, but they are. Like, even if you build full EM, this slightly increases your healing, which is gonna make things a little bit more comfortable, I suppose. C4 gives you energy on charge attacks, but you don't really use charge attacks very much. You can use them for optimal rotations because charge attacks don't have ICD, so it can help you generate more blooms, but it's so much stamina that it's generally not really worth bothering with. C6 is a revive with a 15-minute cooldown, so yeah, no. Her cons suck. They're not good. And you get a Barbara for free, which means that her being on a banner does not matter. For people that want to play Kaveh despite his shortcomings, his C1 is nice because it basically makes it so you will never die, even if enemies are hitting you in those Nilo teams. The rest of his cons actually honestly don't really matter too much. His C6 can be a little bit nice for a bit more application, a bit more bloom proccing, but his ability to like insta pop bloom cores is something that only matters if the bloom cores don't insta pop, which they do with Nilo. And if you're not playing Nilo, you're gonna be playing Hyper Bloom or Burgeon, so you don't want to pop them. Like, just straight up Bloom Kaveh, even with Llama, not worth it. I mean, who knows? Maybe you can have some fun with it, I guess. It'll be in single target. Bloom Kaveh, like no Nilo with Llama, is probably better than current Nilo teams without Llama.
And wolf it down in one go. That way I get to eat
So you can have fun with them, I suppose.
time.
And finally, Kuki. Kuki is honestly the main reason why this banner is not completely dogshit. Kuki is a good character for Hyper Bloom. No surprise for anyone there. And as it turns out, Llama has a very good Hyper Bloom team. Llama's best low-cost team is Hyper Bloom. By far. I mentioned earlier that Billy video of someone clearing dire difficulty with a 4-star only team. Plus Llama, right? C0 Llama with only 4-star supports. They did, I believe, Kuki, Singto, Kole. Level 1 weapon. The level 1 weapon is bait. It didn't affect the clear. DJ, it's not just that. Like, 40% is actually data mined. Like, there is an implementation for level 100 character reaction damage in the current game. It's just that you can't get to level 100. But that implementation says that it's 40%. Like, they are nerfing it. The 40% wasn't just an assumption. Like, it was a thing that they are nerfing. But anyways, not the point. We're doing another video. Anyway, Kuki, I'd say if you are going for Llama, Kuki is a character who has a useful constellation, which is her C2. However, I want to make it like very, very painfully clear that it is not worth going deeper on the Llama banner for Kuki constellations if you're at C0 or C1. Because Llama's early constellations are not good. No, no, no. Llama's C1 is bad. And getting Nahida is also bad. So, like, sure. Getting Kuki's C2 is nice. 3 more seconds on your skill means that instead of being a 15-second cooldown, 12-second uptime ability, it's a 15-second cooldown, 15-second uptime ability. It has full uptime. In practice, it doesn't have full uptime because no one actually swaps back to Kuki off cooldown. If you're playing optimally, the C2 doesn't matter that much because the downtime that you have after your skill is over, before the cooldown is back, is when you can use your burst, and your burst duration is long enough that by the time you generate cores that can't be hit by the burst, your skill will be back up. But unless you build ER, you won't have burst every rotation, so that's not an every rotation thing. And it also requires your swaps to be even more precise. Personally, I am a massive Kuki hater for Hyperbloom. Because it's a mix of a lot of things, honestly. One, Hyperbloom is a team where your rotations aren't really strict. Kind of just swap around to whoever has their abilities available. But that leads to, well, your rotations changing around all the time. And it can be hard to keep track of a specific ability and make sure that you always use it when it's off cooldown if it's not a burst. Because bursts, when they're ready, they shine on the bar on the right. But skills don't. And it sounds like a minor thing, but in practice, it actually matters. Her AoE is not too big. And her proc rate isn't the fastest. Because of all of that, I generally tend to prefer Raiden. However, pulling Raiden in 2025 is fucking idiotic. Meta-wise, like, if you like Raiden and you want to pull for her because you think she's pretty, this video is not, you are not the target audience for this comment, okay? Like, let me make this clear. If the reason you want to pull for Raiden is because you think she's pretty, have fun with the game. Like, you do you, buddy. But from a meta perspective, how worth your Primo gems is Raiden right now? She is not. Not worth at all. She's awful. She used to be a lot more competitive, I would say. But with the release of a lot of new characters, and with just overall team's power level going up with time, Raiden is just not a character I generally recommend going for anymore. And because of that, it kind of indirectly buffs Kuki's value. Because, sure, there is a character that is better than Kuki, but she's not strictly better, right? She doesn't give you the healing that Kuki gives you, which some people care about. Personally, I don't really tend to die very much in Hyperbloom teams. And I tend to be more annoyed by noticing that I'm starting to just bloom instead of Hyperbloom because my Kuki E's been off for 5 seconds, than by dying because I don't have healing. But that's because I've played these teams a lot. And I play Genshin a lot. A lot of people will prefer the healing. So, a character that is a bit worse, but not even strictly worse, just situationally worse, but also situationally better, is available to you if you have Kuki. And so, getting Raiden is just not good at all. As opposed to getting pretty much anyone that actually helps your account. And because of that, like I said, it kind of brings Kuki's value up and makes her much more interesting to get. Especially on a Loma banner. Especially for new players. New players right now, right? You're starting the game, maybe you started on the Malika banner. On the Malika rerun, right? Or you're starting in Luna 1. If you look at the characters that have been released lately and the characters that are coming soon, right? We got Skirk. Essentially dog shit without Escoffier. True! No, I mean, Skirk, good character, but her premium teams have 2 other 5 stars. And if you don't have them, her performance is a lot worse. Escoffier is one of those 2 5 stars. And outside of Skirk teams, she has other good teams, but she's not the only 5-star character in those teams, right? Inefa. Just Inefa taser teams are not bad, but they're not amazing either. Flynn's, who's going to be coming next patch, on the second phase of the patch, well, pretty reliant on Inefa. Llama has this really nice thing, which is that you pull for Llama, and as long as you get at least 1 Kuki on the banner, you have a functional team that is going to easily be able to clear Fearless difficulty content, and that can be pushed to dire difficulty content. While using units that other strong meta supports don't really need. Or sorry, other strong meta teams don't really need. You look at Malika teams, right? You're competing for Bennett, for Yonsan, for Sitlali. Medium competition for Shilonen, sure. Low competition for Escoffier, sure. You look at Skirk teams, heavy competition for Escoffier Farina. Then your last lot, kind of whatever. You can go Yelan, you can go Saint-Oy, you can go... You've got a lot of options. You look at your Verissa teams. Yonsan, Chavars, Pyro, can be Bennett, can be Malika, can be Shangling, can be Pyro MC. Flynn's teams. Inefa, Sucrose, Flex Hydro. Well, those Llama teams that want, you know, Kuki, Singto, Flex for Hyperbloom, out of those characters in that Llama teams, or in that Llama team, Singto is the only one we mentioned, and we mentioned him as one of the many options for Skirk, and technically for Flynn's too. But you get the idea, right? It's the Llama Hyperbloom teams are teams that you can make without your units overlapping with other strong meta teams, and that you can make with pretty much just what you'll get from the banner. Technically, Singto's not on the banner, so you might not have him, but well, Singto's got the Leia buff, so as a Leia character, well, Lantern Rite happens every year, so you can always just be like, okay, I'll just get him on Lantern Rite. Oh, is he also currently in the shop? Oh, he's also currently in the shop, so you can guarantee him from there too. All of this to say, This is actually a very good beginner banner, despite 2 of the 4-star characters being pretty ass for beginner players, and non-beginner players alike, actually. They're pretty ass for everyone. But just the fact that Llama is included with Kuki, which is not necessary if you want to do like Bloomgary team with 4 stars only. Like, you could use Toma, you could, God forbid, use Pyro or Electro MC, but Kuki's a lot better. The fact that Kuki's here makes this a banner that pretty much builds a team for you. Is it a good banner because of that? I wouldn't say it's a great one, but I don't think it's a bad one either. It's a pretty okay one. I think you're pretty happy to see this if you're a fairly new player that's interested in meta stuff. It'll get you an alright team. And then this is just pretending it's 2023. Weapon banner. Oh boy. This shit is ass. This is one of the worst weapon banners we've ever had. So, here's the problem, okay? Nahida's signature is awful. It is a terrible weapon. 1,000 Floating Dreams is just so bad. Because the stats that it gives are damage stats, not team buff stats, on a character that barely has any damage. The team buff that you get from this is 32, I think, EM, which is 1 substat and a half. Like, sometimes I look at this weapon and I'm like, who did this? Oh, wait, sorry, it's not 32, it's 40. It's 2 substats. My mistake. The 32 is the individual increase. Anyway, 40, which is 2 substats. For comparison, the, I don't know what they're called, but the weapon series for the buff weapons, right? The Freedom Sworn, Song of Broken Pines, Elegy, right? Those weapons give you 20% attack and an additional buff. We look at Elegy, right? 20% attack and 100 EM. That's 4 rolls of attack and 5 rolls of EM. This is 2 rolls of EM, and that's it. It does give the character equipping this some stats, but the stats given are not that high. This is an okay stat stick for, like, Moalani. It's an okay stat stick for Sucrose. Because as a 4-star character, Sucrose doesn't have a signature weapon. Slightly better than your free-to-play options, but not by much. This is bad. And the other weapon here is Nightweaver's Looking Glass, Llama's Sig. Let's quickly talk about that. This weapon's kind of an annoying one, because it's good, but it's bad. This weapon is low base attack, EM substat, which is pretty much what every EM weapon is. They're all low base attack. The passive is something that pretty much only happens on... Oh, that's... It's something that pretty much only happens on Llama, because... in order to get this, you need to do Lunar Bloom, and in order to do Lunar Bloom right now, you need to have Llama on the team. So, It's pretty much for Loma only, exclusively, for no one else. Gains 120 EM from the passive and buffs the team's reaction damage for Bloom type reactions. Normal Bloom, including Bountiful Blooms for Nilo, get 120%. Hyper Bloom and Burgeon get 80%, and Lunar Bloom gets 40%. Now, that sounds good, but it's, in practice, much, much worse than it sounds. Let's talk about Bloom, right? Let's talk about Nilo teams. So, let's say you're playing Kokomi on a Nilo team. With the new changes to Bloom self-damage, you can go full EM Kokomi, no problem, right? 187 EM on each main stat, 221 from Sac Frag, because there's no goddamn way in hell you're using any weapon that isn't Sac Frag if you don't want to experience pain and suffering playing Kokomi on a Nilo team. Trust me, don't. Watching the enemy stay stationary just ever so slightly outside of your skill and then having to wait 20 seconds is not a pleasant experience. Don't do it. Anyways, 221 EM from that. Then we have 80 EM from the Dendro Resonance, 100 EM from Nilo's passive, let's say 80 from the 2-piece of the flop set bonus, the Flowers of Paradise Lost. Let's say 120 EM from Flower and Feather. For now, that's it. EM multiplier. Plus 1.8, because we get 80%. Actually, Bloom percent. Okay? Your Bloom percent, so we get 80% from Flowers of Paradise Lost. We also get a bunch from Nilo, right? Nilo's passive, let's say your Nilo's at like 68k HP. Pretty good Nilo build on the new craftable without the Ascendant Gleam. 68k. Well, it's gonna be minus 30k times 9% per 1,000. Right, so around 340% from Nilo. Then we also have the Loma Hail Him bonus. So for that we need Loma EM. And then him. Loma's EM. Loma is 315.2 base. Triple EM main stat. She would be on Aetherlight, so 200 EM from that passive. Then we have all the same team buffs. 96 from craftable? No. We're not using that craftable. I've already said you are not playing Nilo without Sakrang. Don't do that to yourself. Anyways, the 80 from Resonance, 100 from Nilo is the same. So plus 80 plus 100. Then substats, let's say about 100. She gets a bit less because she actually cares about getting crit stats. Sure. Her set bonus is probably just Deepwood. And so her Pale Hymns with this are going to be, what is it, 472.2 times this. And then your Bloom damage is 2894 times EM multiplier plus him. plus times resistance multiplier, and then it can crit. So your average bloom damage is going to be around 54k, right? This is on the new event weapon for Llama, Etherlight Spindle Loot. And let's compare that to Sig. Llama's EM doesn't actually go up on Sig. Sig doesn't give any ER. So if you were playing a team that required the ER from the Spindle Loot, you'll probably need to go ER Sands instead of EM Sands. So you lose a 200 from the passive of Spindle Loot, and you lose one main stat. But in exchange, you get 265 plus 120, so 385. And it's basically the same amount of EM. And then you get the bloom damage buff. 120% sounds like a lot, but you need to understand you're already over 1100%. So sure, 120% is nice. But the actual DPS increase is about 9%. And this is to your bloom damage, which is the majority of your team DPS, but it's not all of it. And so the actual team DPS increase is a bit less than this. Now, that's not as bad as Nahida's Sig, don't get me wrong. But compared to other sources of vertical investment on current 2025 teams, 9% is not very good. The difference is actually pretty similar in Hyperloom teams, because while the number gain is lower, the EM multiplier to begin with is also much lower. Because in those teams, you don't have Nilo. Right? Instead of having a bunch of EM multiplier from Nilo's passive, you just have a higher base damage from the Hyper Bloom. Right? So instead of 100 here and the resonance, we lose 180. As well as this thing. We get 4341 base. And now this is plus 80%, and the EM on Llama. Yeah. So it's also about 9%. Although these teams have a lot more of their damage coming from the non-Hyperbloom damage. They have a decent amount of talent damage. So the team DPS increase will actually be lower than 9%. It'll be closer to 6 or 7%. It's not a bad, like, it's not a terrible weapon that doesn't do shit, like Nahida's Sig, like Baiju's Sig, whatever. But it's also not too good compared to other recent signature weapons. Basically, it's the sort of stuff that you're not too unhappy losing your 50-50 to if you have Llama, but it's not really good enough to justify going for it on the weapon banner. And because it's with another weapon that is complete dog shit, it's not very good. Then the 4-star lineup, we've got the Flute. Oh boy, I don't think I need to say anything about the Flute, it's not very good. Sack Greatsword. Claymore characters just don't really tend to care too much about Sack. Stringless is nice, but there's less and less usage for the characters that want Stringless. And we're getting more and more craftable alternatives for the sort of characters that want stringless. Dragon's Bane, good for Raiden and Hyperbloom. Let's go. But you only need one, ever. The refines don't do anything. Good for Hu Tao, but it's almost 2026. Yeah. Sack Frag is actually kind of nice, though. That's the one thing I'll say. If you are really... If you're a massive Nilo fan, you really want to make the best possible Nilo team, then the best one right now is probably Llama, Nahida, Kokomi. And Kokomi's best in slot in that team is Sack Frag. So if you don't have an R5 Sack Frag, and you really just absolutely want to play that specific team and get as much vertical investment on it as possible for some reason, technically there's 3 weapons here that will be useful. Because Thousand Floating Dreams is technically best in slot on Nahida in that team. Night Weaver's Looking Glass, we've already said, is like an okay weapon for Llama. And Sack Frag is best in slot on Kokomi. I'd say that's pretty much the only scenario you should ever pull on this weapon banner. It's if you are a massive Nilo simp. That's it. And then again, you're probably better off just going for Key. Maybe not, actually. Well, it'll be pretty similar. Anyways. Overall, this banner, pretty bad. It's not completely awful. As much as power creep has affected the game, that doesn't mean that old teams are now completely obsolete. You can still clear content with Nahida Hyperbloom. I've cleared content with Nahida Hyperbloom recently. It works well. But it just doesn't compete with the strongest meta teams right now. And there's no reason to pull for Nahida when the other character fits in the same teams and is better. This one, pretty good for beginner players. Acceptable for older players. Not the best 4-star lineup, but it is what it is. Kaveh is a character that has not had a lot of a rerun, so if you're just a collector, if you're someone who pulls for 5 stars just for the ones they like for gameplay, meta reasons, but who already has all the good 4 stars at C6, well, Kaveh's never on banner, so probably better for you than seeing Xiangling for the 19th time. But it's obviously not something that's actually going to be good for your account. And then this weapon banner is ass. I would not recommend it to anyone except Nilo Sims. But yeah, that's gonna be it for the banner review. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two. Remember, you can get all the Primo Gem rewards from Siege Onslaught on a fucking AR-45 account with level 1 characters by just pressing the co-op button and having someone carry you on difficulty 4. And so, as much as Siege Onslaught is content that raises the difficulty of the endgame content, do not forget that you can get the relevant rewards from it, even if you're not at that point in your account. Don't get baited into pulling for a character you don't like just because you heard they're strong. If you're not going to use them because you think they're an ugly loser, you have eyes. But also, don't bother. It's fine. Have someone carry your ass and go for the next character instead. Don't spend money on this shit game, and I'll see you guys at the next one. Bye, YouTube. Her boobs are ugly. See, the thing is, her animations are so pretty that you don't even notice the boobs anymore. The deer animations are so fucking pretty, man. It's like, for gooners, the boobs are big enough that they won't look at anything else. But for non-gooners, the animations are so pretty that you kind of just forget about the boobs. So it's like, it's a win-win for everyone. Yeah, I'll let the editors know. Bro, I can't find my... There it is. Recorded. Banner review. Do the souls? I already have.
Watering.
You're late, buddy.
Fertilizing the soil. Making sure the temperature is right. Most importantly, you have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Who's gonna be your first level 100? You said Molani? Did I? I don't remember saying that. Probably Varessa, honestly. There's also a very, very real chance that I just don't level 100 anyone, and I just keep my stuff. Maybe I do Dea. My goat. Anyways. Chat! I swear, man. They gave Llama the gumming treatment for the animations. They just look so fucking pretty, man. Gumming, yeah. Gumming was like fucking came straight out of fucking nowhere with like the coolest and prettiest animations in the game. And then they never bothered making anyone have animations nearly as cool as he did since he came out. But they're kind of getting back to it with Llama. W bait? It's not bait. I stand by this statement 100%, by the way. There's no character in the game right now that has animations anywhere close to as either cool or pretty as Gumming. Because the thing about Gumming is that all of his animations are fucking sick. It's not just like the 2 seconds burst animation. Every movement he does is choreographed and
It's one of those things
pretty.
where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
Even his basic attacks. Yeah! Bro, Gumming's basic attacks look fucking sick. They feel awful to use because they're so goddamn slow. But look at this, man. Like, you're telling me this isn't the sickest shit you've ever seen? Look at this. Like, bro. He's right. You didn't really see it there. Who's the worst? That's a good question. I feel like there's a lot of characters. The worst characters for their animations, they're just not memorable. But I'll tell you one character who I think is memorably disappointing. Alright? A character who, to me, has a memorably disappointing animations is Zhongli. Because, like, all he does is this. Like, do something, man! Not Chiori. Okay, Chiori's skill is also pretty fucking awful. That's true. That's true. But yeah. I saw someone in chat earlier say Flynn's. I think Flynn's mini burst animation is kind of ugly. I think his normal attack animations are well done. I think his big burst animation is well done, but his mini burst animation looks so generic and boring. And it's the main thing of his kit that you are playing around. And that kind of feels like ass. Would you say Flynn's is better designed than Verissa? I don't like that question. Because, like, I don't want to say yes, but I have to. If Flynn's had been released before Verissa, I think it would have been 100% yes. But the problem is that it recycles too many things. Like, comparing them individually in a vacuum, I'd say that Flynn's kit design is a bit more interesting. But, like, if I just take Raiden's character and add that her normal attacks have an electro infusion now, she becomes a slightly more interesting character. But if I release that as a new character, that's the shittiest design I've ever seen. Like, we already have a Raiden. Like, why the fuck would you do another one? You know? I think that the mini burst gimmick is better balanced and executed in Flint's, but it's also too similar to Verissa's for me to call it outright better. Design-wise, it feels lazy. Although, to be fair, like, making new characters feel different is hard. Like, there's only so many things they can do within the systems they have to make characters feel different, both to meta players and casual players. Because, like, for example, for a casual player, Shao and Verissa are very similar. For a meta player, Florine and Verissa are very similar. Right? If that makes sense. Linz doesn't have a fast travel skill, therefore he is bad and the argument is over. But he does allow you to understand the ramblings of the wild hunt. Can Verissa do that? Hmm? Can Verissa do that? Hmm? Flins allows you to hear the voices. I guess if you're in a Zajef stream, Verissa does too.
The ability to not get lost some sort of talent?
Leave him alone. Okay. Okay, Piboga, that's not even good rage bait. Come on, I know you can do better than that. Worst part of Flynn's design is his long hair. Does Flynn's have long hair? I don't even remember that. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I can't tell. Oh, he does, yeah. Do I agree? I don't know. Half agree. I don't think it's ugly, but every character has the same fucking hairstyle. And it's getting kind of boring. I love that Nefer actually has a short hair / a bob. I wish... How do I say this thought? I wish there were more short hairstyles that aren't bobs. Like... MED? I guess, yeah. But like, these bangs are criminal on MED. They're fucking criminal. And the hat is also criminal. Like, the glasses need to go. I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't think these are good glasses though. This sort of hairstyle fits better with glasses that are full at the top. Not glasses with without the upper frame. In my opinion. In my humble opinion. Yeah, that's true. This part also looks ugly as hell. The, like, nose rest part. That's true. Her dress is ugly too. Is it? I don't really... I don't really care that much. I've never paid that much attention to it. Yeah, I guess it does kind of look weird. It's such a beautiful color. I agree, actually. The color is pretty. That green is kind of goated. Yeah. Yeah, like, these shoulders do not fit. Like, this is ugly. Like, it's bad. Disgusting. Obligatory detached sleeves. I don't think the detached sleeves are the problem. It's just the frills on the shoulders. They do not fit at all, man. That shit does not work with the rest of this design. The wrist cuffs are horrible. I agree it kind of looks ugly, but this is the sort of ugly that I can excuse for thematic reasons. Right? Like, okay, she's a perfumer. It's supposed to be, like, blooming. Oh my god, I'm blooming. Flower petals. Like, I can excuse it looking a little ugly. But these frills are not it. No. Chat, who has the prettiest clothes? Actually. Like, not who has the best overall outfit, just the prettiest clothes. Navia? I don't really like the boots. I don't like the feather on the hat. But I like the rest. I guess. No, I didn't notice this bow. Yeah, no, I don't like this bow either. I also don't like these bows. Too many bows! Okay, she's a claymore user, not a bow user. Get these bows off my screen. I don't know how I feel about this being fully separated either. Like, just two whole-ass separated pieces of cloth. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, it's splitting at the bottom, sure. But it being split from the top, I don't know. That's to make cosplayers' lives difficult? True. So true. Chiori is peak. Hmm. Sure, yeah. That's fair. These are very pretty clothes, I agree. You know, I never noticed before. Her hair is fucking insane. Like, that hair clip that has a design that's replicated in the hairstyle itself, that is so cool. I never noticed that before. Heeks is gonna forgive you because of this. True. Yeah, this is incredibly pretty. Forget about this thing for a second. I don't know about the, like, I don't know what you call it, a sash, whatever. I feel like there's too many layers here. This makes it feel like a fucking winter outfit. But then she's wearing, like, leggings. Very thin leggings. And I'm like, are you cold or not? What are those heels? What heels? Who else, chat? Grizzly? Okay, I'm gonna be so for real right now. You are so wrong. Grizzly's outfit is cohesive, but I don't think I don't think any single piece of his outfit is actually like, wow, I wish I owned this. It fits well together. It's a good outfit, but it's not pretty clothes. You know? Does that make sense? Even the coat. I don't know, man. These fucking stupid ass cape coats that look like they're not intended to be worn. To me, like, I don't know, man. I don't like them. I've never liked them. There's a difference between wearing an actual coat like this and having a cape with sleeves. Like, this is clearly not intended to be worn. Do you think his shoulders fit in this? No, of course they don't. Like, bro's fucking wearing on his back the coat he was using when he was 14 years old. Like, let it go, man. Buy a new one. Please. Like, I'm begging you. Can I hear your thoughts about the Luke outfit? Oh, boy. Here we go again. The Luke's outfit might be the worst in the game. Probably is. It's like, his coat can't decide if it wants to be an Imperial French army coat that you'd see from an officer under Napoleon fucking reign, and the fucking mothball smelling grandma coat that's been in the back of your closet for the past 35 years. It's like, it's not sure which direction it wants to take, and it just, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's disgusting. He is the Batman, though. Bro, if Bruce Wayne showed up to a fucking socialite party in Gotham wearing this shit, Jim Gordon would turn on him, man. Like, fuck. He'd be more of a criminal than the like, wearing this is more of a crime than anything the Joker did. All right. Okay. This, unironically, really pretty clothes, shit outfit. This coat should not be worn with short shorts. But it's so pretty. But the outfit does not work. But the coat is so pretty. And the hat is so pretty. And the purse? Right, that's a purse. Yeah. Like, this is actually such a... The individual pieces of clothing here are so good. I wonder what sort of is there a generic word for things you wear on your legs? Leg wear? I suppose. I wonder what sort of leg wear would work best with this top. pants? You think full-on pants? You know what? I'm a thigh-high boots hater, and I don't think Sharon Lang is the sort of vibe that could really pull off thigh-high boots. But I feel like you could make things work with thigh-high boots with short shorts with this outfit. I feel like you could make something work with that. Wouldn't tights work? I don't know. Cause this is like so fluffy. And then it makes everything here feel incredibly empty. Imagine Yanfei's boots on her. Oh, you're so right. It wouldn't be enough, though. You'd still need to change the pants. But you're so right. Those boots would go so hard. I don't know, man. I don't know how you save it. But there's something there for sure. Daya is the best. I don't like Daya's outfit because it was really annoying to find the puzzle pieces when I did the puzzle with Nick. Because all of her outfit is like so weird. And there's so many pieces that look like each other. And it kind of pissed me off. Yeah. But no, you're wrong. These pants suck ass. My god. The belt is actually really cool. I like it. And I think she pulls off this top really well. But these should be full pants. 100%. It would make it, I feel like it would make everything so much more cohesive. Also, her bangs are too long. They're so scared to give scars to women. Do they give scars to men, though? I think it's just they're too lazy to put any sort of actual anything on the characters' skins. Risley? Tifa? Do they have scars? Really? Oh, on his arm. Oh, he also has one on his face? I did not remember that shit, bro. What the hell? That's crazy. Okay, you got me. I was wrong. Aoife's fit is cool. I don't like his pants.
Huh?
Like, this area is not... I don't know. There's something about it that... Yeah. But I actually like the boots. And I like the coat. Do you like any pants? That's a good question. I might just be a pants hater. Kenichi's pants look cool. You know what? I don't hate Citlali's leg wear. You know what? Kachina's shorts are actually kind of goated too. Yeah. Honestly, Grind gets ruined by just this. Just make the skirt full. And I think it's like completely fine. But like this slit, whatever the fuck this shit is supposed to be, no, man. This is not it. The full skirt restricts her movement, though. Then make it like a different material that's like stretchy, not just empty like this. Or give her pants. Eh. Yeah. I like Arlecchino's pants, as long as I don't look at the shoes. See, this is the sort of like outfit where leggings actually fit really well. Like, this actually looks great. This is just weird, man. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This looks like the sort of outfit that requires 3 ladies in waiting to equip and unequip without destroying it permanently. Maybe that's why she adopted Shenhe. She just wanted unpaid laborers to help her get dressed. That's crazy, man. Oh my god, this is deep lore TC. Yeah, this is not it, man. Jesus Christ. These might be the worst boots in Genshin. Wow, that is awful. Okay. Time to make some people angry. You know what? I don't even hate it that much. I may be a dedicated Farina hater, but I don't think her outfit is the problem. I think the hat looks a bit goofy, but I mean it is what it is. Bad hair. Honestly, I disagree. I don't love the fucking stupid thing here, whatever. But like, yeah, the cowlick. But aside from that, I like her hair a lot. This sort of hairstyle is like, it's so fucking pretty. It's like, there's hairstyles that are meant to be... How do I explain this? There's hairstyles that are meant to be the center of attention, and there's hairstyles that are meant to be the environment for something else, right? This sort of hairstyle never really clashes with anything, to me. It's the sort of hairstyle that looks pretty enough that it can grab your attention, but it also complements the face of the person wearing their hair this way really well. It's basic. Yeah, and a lot of basic things are good. My favorite ice cream flavor is vanilla. You got a problem with that? Vanilla's really good. Vanilla's popularity is a result of vanilla being as good as it is. It's the default flavor because it was the best flavor that was readily available to people. It's a good flavor. Vanilla's goated. Anyways. I can't stand hairstyles like these. right? This is not meant to compliment the face. This is meant to be the center of attention, and it looks ugly as fuck. Okay? But this hairstyle is pretty. The cowlick kind of, it does annoy me a little bit. It's like, look at me, look at me. My hair is spicy and quirky. Like, shut the fuck up. Put the hair strand in the hat. Karina. I'm not one to talk, by the way. I fully realize that. Okay, let's not bring that up. Oh, yeah, I've seen a modded Charlotte without her hat. I understand why she wears a hat. God, it is disgusting. Oh man. That goes for 90% of the characters? No. No, not really. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. This is not it. This is not it, man. Chopped. It's chopped as hell. Yeah, no. I think maybe that would look a lot better if his hair was like just a bit longer than shoulder length. He doesn't need his hair to reach below his ass. Like, long hair hater. It fits some characters. It fits some hairstyles. The like wavy hair at the front like this, to me, doesn't look great if your hair is this long in the back. Let's look at a male character that actually does have long hair, and his hair looks good. I think Icho's hair fits him very well, but it's not that long, so it doesn't disprove the long hair hater allegations. Man, all the fucking male characters with long hair just have fucking ugly ass rat tails, though. So, would only count if it wasn't ugly as fuck, sure, but it is, so no. Yeah, that's pretty fucking sick, actually. Cephos' hair? Take a look. Honestly, I think it could be longer. Ugly from the front? Yeah, I get that. That's not wrong. It should be tied a bit further down. Like, around the shoulder, not around the nape. Anyways. That's enough, yeah. Let's spend a bit more resin. You are so ugly. Sorry.
Stronger! Rise with the sun! Wrath from the sky!
You know, Chad, this is what I get for saying nice things about Farina. I'll never do it again. I learned my lesson. I'm like, okay, fine. If this is what you want. Maybe we get a defense scaling plunger. Might as well lock that. Isn't this the hottest Genshin TC according to Twitter? True. So true.
Hurry up, Brassa!
Why hold the defense ends? Because Leno is a set that doesn't give attack, it only gives damage percent, so if we ever get a damage, or if we ever get a defense scaling plunger, Leno could work on them. I figure I might as well keep it. Please look at this. That's disgusting. Okay. I looked at it, Lud. It's too cursed. I'm not showing it. Alright, chat, you know what we should do? We should go through our artifacts and unlock some things. Like, will I ever finish leveling this? I already have a like 40-ish CV flower on this set. So this kind of can't really be better. right? More skewed towards crit rate, maybe. But it won't be better, and there's no shot I'll ever need 2 copies of this set. So I don't think I need to keep it locked. This... That's disgusting, okay. This... I kind of want to keep it locked because it's funny. And if we ever get a defense scaler, this is the one. This... I believe it's not worth keeping. That's pretty bad. Pretty bad. God, that's pathetic. Yep, goodbye. This could be an interesting one. If I ever get a better weapon than Lost Prayers for Verissa, I could consider Crit Rate Circlet, and if I do Crit Rate Circlet, this could be a decent reroll target, because it's a 4-liner. For damage, ER, flat attack. It's not great, though. Low roll of crit. This is the sort of piece that just feels bad. Because, like, this is effectively a 9 roller on an attack scaling Vape carry that cares about ER. But there's no such thing on for Codex. It kind of pisses me off to see. Whatever. Should I keep this? What do I have right now on that set? For ER? Only 1 roll of crit rate? And it's literally... Okay, no, I also have this one that doesn't have a single roll of crit rate. Okay, so I think it is worth leveling it. Although, I should check... Should check these, just in case. No. 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 Maybe. 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 Start with this one, because it's got attack percent. Roll crit rate. Bet. Roll crit rate. I'll take it. Roll crit rate. Roll crit rate. I don't know how to feel about this. I kind of don't want to finish leveling it. I just want something with high crit rate. I don't actually care about the rest of the stats. Well, that's not true. I don't care as much about the rest of the stats. Might as well get this to 4 right now, because if it's bad, I can just unlock it. And this one, doesn't really matter what it rolls here, although I would appreciate crit damage. Just roll crit. Nice. Roll crit. Fuck. Roll crit. Fuck. Roll crit. Fuck. It sucks. Whatever. It's an upgrade, I guess. Eh. That's kind of dog shit. Meh. Not good enough. I feel like I'll never level this, but it's a 9 roller for like Milani or other HP scaling vape character. This is ass. This I'll keep just because main stat. Oh. That's bait as fuck. I don't need this. Oh. No. No. You guys think they're ever gonna make a character that uses the same set as Kirk but cares about EM? Probably not, right? Oh, my high EM pieces are doomed. Eh, not good enough. Eh. Nope. Pass. Nopers. I'll keep this one. I'll keep this one. Whatever. Whatever. I don't want to think about this anymore. Oh, I had forgotten I crafted that. Oh no. I need to get rid of this piece. Just so I never see it again. I wonder if I should keep this. If it rolls only crit, it's good, so I think I'll get it to 12. Because if it doesn't roll crit, I can ditch it. Yeah. Reroll? It's not good enough to be a reroll target. Nope. 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 I'll keep it because it looks funny. This one doesn't look as funny. Neither does this one. Might as well keep this. Sure. No. 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 Maybe. Nope. 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 Should I get this to 8? Nah. But I also won't unlock it. Keep it around just in case. I need to wear 2 Lino sets at once. I'll level it. 8 Milani piece. No. No. I'll keep that. No. No. Animo 4-liner with EM could be interesting. Depending on what they do with Lunar Swirl, they could do some interesting stuff that requires Animo damage. Who knows? I'll keep it. Sure. 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 Yeah, a lot of these are not really worth ditching.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. But most importantly, you have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
One game of Scrandle. Fine. Huh. That's chicken? Are you sure? Are you sure that's chicken? That looks like Cheetos. I don't agree with this one. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, I feel sick. This looks disgusting. 80%? Nah, man. This looks like it got microwaved, man. Oh. Dude! What's going on here? What's going on with today's Scrandle, man? Dude! I'm gonna throw up. That looks great. Bro, you can just fucking order katsu chicken curry at a fucking stadium in Japan? That's crazy. Maybe weebs are right. Maybe Japan is just the GOAT. For $4, dude? Like, what the fuck do you mean, man? Like, is food in like sports stadiums in Japan not like omega upscaled? What's the word? Like sold at a massively inflated price? Like, is Katsu supposed to be that fucking incredibly goddamn cheap that an inflated version of it is $4? Or is it just that stadiums have reasonable prices in Japan? Overpriced in Japan is cheap for international. Okay. Can't even buy a coffee here for $4. I will say, okay, if you can't buy a coffee for $4, it's probably because you're not trying to buy a coffee. You're trying to buy a iced cappuccino with extra whipped cream or some shit. Your coffee should not cost $4. Don't get me wrong, there are coffees that cost that much, but it's gonna be like organic coffee. Who buys coffee? Just do your own coffee. It's a routine thing. Buying a coffee in the morning is like it puts your morning routine outside of your house. Basically. Right, like you're paying a bit of a you're paying a bit more for your coffee, but in exchange you get to have your coffee in a social environment. Like I just make my coffee nowadays, but I miss going to buy coffee. Honestly. Like I really miss going to the campus Timmy's and buying coffee in between classes. Tim Hortons fell off years ago? Sure. For me, it was never about the coffee. It was about the caffeine. And the activity of going to get coffee. Maybe encountering some acquaintances on the way, catching up, realizing you're like 5 minutes late for class, being like, shit, gotta go. See you guys next time. Bye bye. God, I'm not actually leaving. Don't say 07. For real, I have like 7-hour break between classes this semester. I need caffeine. Do you live close to campus? Or on campus? Because when I was in uni, I didn't live particularly close to campus. So when my schedule had like big gaps like that, it was awful. It was so ass. It's like a 30-minute drive. Oh god. Yeah, that's bad. You like that's when you gotta fucking exploit a dorm friend. Find a friend that lives on campus or right next to campus and crash at their place between your classes. That's the fucking, like, that's the tech, okay? It really is. I learned that too late, man. For my first, like, year and a half, 2 years in uni, my downtime was just, like, going to one of the cafes, studying. And I only like fully understood when I was almost done, right before COVID hit. To be fair, that's more responsible. But you can fucking study at your friend's place. It doesn't need to be at a fucking campus cafe that just... It's nice. Okay. Hanging out with friends at a campus cafe is nice. Studying at a campus cafe is not nice. It is not nice at all. Shit's way too noisy, man. What did you study? I studied physics and math. I enjoyed it until I didn't. Tends to be the case for most things. Crazy. What's the hardest physics course you took? I didn't get that deep. The way my program was, it didn't have that many advanced physics classes until the last year. And I didn't do the last year. Yeah, I took one quantum theory class. And I fucking hated every second of it. I did not enjoy myself. I didn't like my teacher. That certainly didn't help. But I also just didn't enjoy the material. Didn't complete uni? No. I was planning to take a gap year when COVID hit, because I realized I wasn't able to study remotely at all. I was not able to focus at all. And so I just decided to take a gap year, started streaming for fun, stream worked out, realized I wanted to keep at it, didn't go back. I used to major in physics at college, but no exaggeration, AI has actually ruined STEM academia in my area. I'm gonna be so for real with you. AI didn't ruin STEM academia. STEM academia has been doomed for the last 50 years. humanities academia took a much bigger hit from AI. How did humanities take a bigger hit? Because evaluations in humanities are inherently things that are difficult to properly adjust to AI stuff. You can't be asking pretty much any sort of humanities major to be evaluated based on only in classes tests. And the reality is that unless you have exams that don't allow phones or laptops, your testing is going to be overrun by AI. But humanities education is way too nuanced to be really something you can properly evaluate with only in-person stuff. Because for STEM education, right? One or two examples executed perfectly is enough to show that you have mastered the source material and the whatever's being taught. For humanities education, you can just get lucky. Right? Like, you need a larger data set, basically. You need the questions to be more open-ended. You need the answers to be more nuanced and developed to properly showcase your mastery of your discipline. And that's just not the sort of stuff that lends itself well to 3-hour exams. It needs to be essays. It needs to be things that you just won't have enough time to complete in one class. And as soon as you can take that shit home, the students are going to use AI for it. I think the best way for humanities professors combat AI is to shift more towards real-time testing that involves interaction over like papers. But the problem is that in order for that to work, classes need to be small. And universities are not built for small classes. Academia is not something that properly encourages education as an actual professional goal, as a career path, which creates an environment where the people that are, you know, employed by your university are just, they're overqualified for the material and underqualified to teach, basically. But you need a change in approach in how you hire people. And that'll never happen in academics. Yeah, like, TAs shouldn't be a thing. Like, people that assist teachers in their class, it shouldn't be because they want the teacher to fucking be their connection for their fucking PhD thesis or whatever the fuck. It should be an actual, like, career and like job, like a proper full ass job focused on teaching. But then from there you have two options, right? Option number one, increase tuition so you can pay for them. Option number two, reduce overinflated tenured professor salary, which is never gonna happen. So it's kind of cooked. It's kind of cooked. Yeah, it's part of why I got kind of disillusioned with the idea of becoming a professor. I love teaching. I think teaching is incredibly fun and fulfilling. But I don't want to teach people that don't want to learn. Like, I want to teach exclusively people that are actively there to learn. So I don't want to teach, like, any sort of compulsory level education. Elementary school, middle school, high school. Shit that people have to attend, whether they want to or not. I don't want to teach. But then what's left is just fucking academia, and then you need to fucking get a goddamn PhD in I don't know, like the fucking most random ass shit that's completely unrelated to education. If you want to make a living in that field. I don't get the point of applying for an education, then make a machine do the education so you don't learn. I don't get it. Like, why apply in the first place? Because not everyone is at university for education. Some are, but some are there for certification. Most are there for certification. Even people that care about the education part probably would not be doing it if they didn't get a certification at the end of it. There's a few programs that are a bit different where the certification doesn't mean as much. And it is actually about the education, but for most of this stuff, it's about the certification. The amount of people teaching college classes just because they're accomplished in their field without even having been taught how to actually teach is insane. Yeah. And it's sad. And it's what I fucking hate about academia. Education is important and I respect people who put in effort, including teachers. I low-key regret trying to be a class clown. I get what you're saying. But I also think that a good teacher can handle class clowns in a way that's productive. Like I've never done actual like education with the ages at which you'd have class clowns. But I've dealt with those ages when I worked at summer camps. And I think some things you can extrapolate from that. Some things I can extrapolate from my experience there that I, in my opinion, also apply to classroom environments. And knowing how to handle a class clown in a way that isn't fully dismissive of them, but is also authoritative enough that you can rein them in when they go too far. It helps keep the whole class more psychologically active, I guess. Like, what was I saying? Chat, I forgot. I got distracted. Oh yeah. Just playing along with a class clown a little bit with a bit of banter, it makes the children pay so much more attention to what you say. Wait, repeat that. I'm teaching my first class on Thursday. Oh well. GG. Anyways. Honestly, I kinda miss the like direct in-person interaction of teaching stuff. I told you guys about going to my uncle's birthday a few days ago, right? A few weeks ago. I don't know when it was. My concept of time is so fucked these days, but anyways, my cousin has 2 kids, and one of them is like how do I describe it? ADHD? No, that's not what I'm trying to say. He's like a Minecraft kid. But like not in the way you guys are thinking. Like a Minecraft creative kid. Which I guess is just the 2025 version of a Lego kid. But just like very interested in artistic stuff to some extent, right? And I played a bit of piano and he like walked up to me with fucking like stars in his eyes. So I taught him a little bit of piano. It was really fun. Kind of wish they didn't live a fucking 12-hour plane ride away. But it is what it is. Uncle Zaj is crazy. You're the cool uncle. I don't know if I qualify for the cool uncle, because, like, I am a baby in terms of, like, age for my generation in my family. My mom had me really late. Like, one of my cousins has a son that is 6 months younger than me. Like, I am much closer in age to my cousin's kids than to my cousins. So it's almost more like cool cousin than cool uncle, you know? Even if you're younger, you can still be a cool uncle or a fun relative. Yeah, but the cool uncle is like a specific personality type, you know? Which is different from cool aunt. Like, if a cool uncle were a woman, it wouldn't be a cool aunt. Like that, it's a different personality type. If anything, I feel like cool uncle is like borderline an insult. Is it aunt or aunt? It's aunt, right? Dude, I whatever. But cool aunt is like not an insult at all. Like, cool uncle is like unemployed vibes. Yeah, like gives you your first beer type vibe. But cool aunt cool unkant. Um, it's like successful career woman. You know? Like, does that make sense? Cool aunt can be seen as an old woman with no kids, which is an insult to some. That's fair, I suppose. But it's also not an insult to other people. Like, there's. Yeah, usually when you want to imply that, you don't say cool aunt. You say cat lady. Like, that's a pejorative version. That's the equivalent to cool uncle. Oh, so I'm fucking dead tired. I'm sorry. What would be the guy equivalent to coolant? That is a good question. My god. Okay, you guys are not understanding the question at all. We've associated the concept of a cool uncle with cat lady over cool aunt. Because when people say cool aunt, they generally don't refer they generally don't imply the same things as when they say cool uncle. And the question they're asking is like, if there's a man and you want to imply something similar to cool aunt, what would you say? Maybe you would still say cool uncle. But I don't know. I feel like maybe it's a perspective thing. Oh, it's definitely a perspective thing. Language is defined by its usage, not the other way around. Like words meaning is derived from their usage rather than words usage being a result of their meaning. A cool uncle has negative connotations. They're not too aggressively negative. So yeah, I guess it wouldn't really be a one-to-one comparison to Cat Lady. Yeah, someone said wine ant earlier. Maybe that's a better comparison. Oh, is cool uncle negative? It's not that it's negative, it's that cool uncles or cool uncle is just vocabulary that's generally used to refer to men who are fairly irresponsible. A bit more loose with their I don't know. Cuz like kids refer to relatives older than them that aren't their dad or mom as cool when that relative projects a certain image and the image that like teenagers find cool is, oh, that cool uncle that's willing to like buy you a fucking bottle of rum for your party. Who won't tell your dad if he catches you smoking some weed at the park. I feel like this is very stereotypical. Oh, of course. But like, this is a linguistics discussion. not a behavioral one. Right, we're not talking about what makes an uncle cool. We're talking about what sort of behavior would lead a child or a teenager to use the word cool as their main descriptor for an uncle. Which is very based in, well, just... It's based in linguistics and in sociology. I don't know how you say that word. Sociology? Sociology? So, I don't know. Social stuff. Are you trying to be a cool uncle? I don't know if I want to be a cool uncle. I'd rather be a fun uncle. Than a cool uncle. That's a good one. Zaj is a rage baiter uncle. True. But is it because teenagers use the word cool? Well, okay. Teenager slang evolves too fast for it to be a very accurate statement, but yeah, it's a skibbity uncle now, true. But anyways, evolution of language aside, teenagers use the word cool to refer to behavior that's generally more rebellious. True. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. My friend told me Chinese has remained the same, like you can read something from 2,000 years ago. I don't know if that's true. Well, I'm sure there are some contexts in which that's true. But it doesn't work both ways. Because there's no need for language to describe concepts that don't exist. As technology progresses, language needs to evolve. So you take a fucking random sentence from a book in Chinese today, and you ask someone from 2,000 years ago to read it, they're probably gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about, buddy? Were you supposed to end stream an hour ago? I mean, it's not like I had a deadline. I mean, I'm still yapping. Why not yap? Are you guys enjoying the yap? Fun yap. Can you yap about manhwa? I haven't really read anything good lately. What I've been doing for the past few days is I just went to the fantasy tab, sorted by rating on Anime Planet, and I just read everything that looked interesting. Now I'm at the 3.8 stars, and it's starting to be kind of dog shit all around. Do you have a manhwa recommendation list somewhere? Not really, but I did rank I did rank a few of the things I've read on my anime list. That sweater looks nice. It's not even a sweater, it's just a shirt. But it's a really comfy shirt. That's like fluffy on the inside. You know, I need to reread this. Cause I wanna be able to pick up where it's at. I think that series ended already. I don't think so. It ended recently in Korean. Oh, oh, sick. Yeah, that means it's right about time for me to actually pick it back up. Huge. That one kind of hurts my heart. Yeah, that's fair. Greatest Estate Developer is almost over. I caught up to Greatest Estate Developer yesterday. So you know how you can never truly get rid of the YouTube Shorts? Like you can press X on the Shorts tab, but it only hides it for 30 days, and then it comes back. It came back yesterday, and one of the shorts that was recommended to me was just the latest chapter of Greatest Estate Developer. And I got clickbaited. I was like, what the fuck's going on here, man? I need to know. And so I caught up. You can use an extension to hide them. I don't care enough. Like, okay, I need you guys to understand something, okay? I've been using Uber Eats for 5 years, I think. And today, I finally clicked yes on the pop-up, can we allow notifications? for your order. I've never clicked no. I just left the pop-up there because I couldn't be bothered. But I was really annoyed having to alt-tab while I was waiting to see what the fuck was happening with my order today, so I turned them on. But, like, I left that pop-up there for 5 years because I just couldn't be bothered. I am a very inert person. Stop telling me about Nefer's kit, chat. I'm yapping. I'm a very, very inert person. Even an incredibly small action requires incredibly strong motivation for me to do. So downloading a new browser so I can hide the shorts tab is like, maybe I'll do that a decade from now when I get annoyed enough by the shorts popping up every 30 days. What was your motivation for your weight loss journey then? Because that wasn't easy at all. Well, I kind of fucking gave up. Like, I haven't given up, but like, I've kind of... I'm taking it easy right now. But it was a mix of a lot of things. I had been working on myself mentally for a while, because I had pretty big self-esteem issues and also temper management problems, which comes back out whenever I play League. So yeah, that's why we're not yeah. Anyways, but anyways, I didn't like my personality or behavior very much. And so I took some time where I focused on improving that. And eventually I got to the point where I felt fairly satisfied with myself psychologically. And I just figured the next step was to get there physically too. But nowadays, my motivation is very fleeting, I guess. What do you think that is? I don't know. The inertia I described earlier also applies to positive things, not just negative things. I don't really strongly desire anything. And I'm sure part of it is innate to some extent. And part of it is also because I'm kind of worried that if I start strongly desiring things, I'll undo my progress on my psychological well-being. But I'm also worried that if I start assigning too much value to any goal or anything like that, and I reach that goal, and I don't feel happy enough about it, I'll be disappointed, and it'll kill my motivation to do things even more. Perfectionism? It's not really perfectionism. You should be more open with your feelings. Like, I mean, that's a bit of a stupid thing to say. Like, how? How can I be more open than being very willing to talk about it and straightforward in my approach towards it? Like, I can't really be any more open about it. I'm already very open about it. Open up with family is too. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm already open about it. I can't be more open about it. Oh, don't worry about it. Hey, I'm God. It's not really a sensitive time. We're just having a chill discussion that is not about Nefer right now. Hey, did you guys know that Nefer Kid is up? Getting a pet helps. Yeah, but getting a pet requires a sort of maturity that I'm not convinced I have. And I can't be making that sort of decision about another being's life and well-being when I'm not confident in it. Like, getting a pet isn't one of those things where you can just try it out and see what happens. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Like, no. It's a responsibility. And it's a commitment. And, like, it's not like a relationship. If your relationship doesn't work out, you break up, hopefully amicably, you go your separate ways. You gonna do that with a pet? Fucking abandon them? Like, no. You can't do that. It's not an equal relationship. You're the one with the control over it, and you're the one with the responsibility over it. You can't just throw that away. I am much more scared of getting a pet than I am of getting into any sort of relationship. I think marriage is a smaller commitment than getting a pet. 100%. I'm not even talking about getting a pet with someone, just getting a pet, period. Zajef is actually such a mature person. Thank you, paid chatter. But it's not that I'm mature. I'm self-aware and eloquent. But I am not very mature. I dodge responsibility. Like Nick dodges crit rolls on his attack hands. And I am an incredibly lazy person. I guess you could say I have emotional maturity, but not behavioral maturity. What's the difference? I can navigate conflict and relationships in a mature and a healthy manner, but I cannot be bothered to do it. And it's not even because I don't want to, it's just I don't have the motivation and I don't have the discipline to do it without motivation. Are you autistic? I don't think so. There's a possibility I have some type of bipolar disorder. I was in follow-ups with psychiatrists, but I kind of just couldn't be bothered to attend my appointments. But that seemed to be what they were leaning towards. And my mom has a PhD in psychology, and she seems to believe that it would explain some things. Like, I'm not just saying, like, oh my god, I'm bipolar and I have ADHD. Like, I don't have a diagnosis, so it could be interpreted that way. But I'm also not just taking that shit out of my ass. But I don't think there was any hints or any I don't know how to say it. Any indication of autism. And there is history of BPD in my family too. Context, please. There's not much context. We're just having a chill yap about mental health. Taking up a physical hobby might help your inaction problems. Yeah. But the problem is that in order for me to stay motivated to do any sort of physical hobby, I need to actually enjoy it. And that, yeah. That's a big ask. Start running. I ran for a while, but it was hard for me to stay motivated. Because I don't enjoy running. Walks are good. My area is ugly as fuck, so I don't really want to go on walks. Dancing did it for me. Honestly, I would probably enjoy dancing, but I don't know if I could bring myself to try to find a dancing class. Oh, you think you're just making excuses? Making excuses for what? Like, the idea of making excuses... it implies a certain amount of dissatisfaction that I just don't have. Like, why didn't you eat chocolate specifically at 7 p.m. yesterday? Didn't feel like it? Excuses. Oh, you think you're just making excuses? By the way, you guys can remove Nefer from the banned words. It's just really annoying to see the fucking automod spamming the chat. I could just ignore the Nefer messages. But yeah, like I describe myself as an inert person, but I'm not really dissatisfied with that. I'm not fully content with my life, but I'm also not unhappy. The it's human nature to never settle for your situation. If you have a goal, when you reach it, you'll be happy, and then you'll find a new goal, and you'll experience the same sort of, like, unless it's like massive material problems, your brain's just not wired to stay happy. And content. And I've just found that the cycle of setting goal, working towards goal, achieving goal, feeling happy about goal, getting bored with situation, setting goal, repeat, is kind of bothersome. It's not even, like, exhausting. And it's not that it feels meaningless. It's just, I'm lazy. I'm okay experiencing a little bit of discomfort from the near content state that I'm at usually. I would rather embrace that discomfort than have to put in effort to over and over again. But the reason why I think this way is it's a result of years of introspection. Were you serious about coaching stream with Brave Skirkanara? I was, but then I wasn't able to fall asleep, and I'm way too fucking tired to do that today. Anyways, what was I saying? I got distracted. Yeah, it's a result of years of introspection, and Like, you have to ask yourself, because people aren't used to this sort of mindset, right? External pressure to do more things, aim for higher. And you have to ask yourself whether how do I explain this? If you have family to support, I think you would think differently. I mean, I'm sure I would. Material circumstances affect your mindset. Of course they do. But I just don't want to go out of my way to look for trouble, I guess. Right? Like, if those circumstances come to me, then they do. And I'll deal with them. But if they don't, then they don't. And I'll keep just having fun with my job, saving money, not really going out much, because I don't really enjoy going out much. It's actually killing me because this is exactly how I feel and I don't really know how to help. The fact that you're perceiving it as there being a need for help means that it's not exactly how you feel. Marriage, future plans. We need to separate marriage and long-term relationships. I don't care about marriage. My parents were together for 20 plus years. They never got married. Tax benefits. You know, I actually learned recently that my dad was still married to his ex for a long time. They were just separated. But, like, neither of them could be bothered with the paperwork to get divorced. Which is, like, such a vibe. Like, if I get married, that's gonna be me too, for sure. This is such a lore bomb, so casually dropped. Yeah, it is. Are they still okay with each other? Well, that would be difficult because my dad's dead. But do you want children? Mostly. maybe it's just because I'm not old enough yet. But I've never felt the like desire to have biological children. And I've always really separated the concept of parenthood from pregnancy. Unless my mindset completely changes or I end up in a relationship with someone who really, really wants children they give birth to themselves, I would lean more towards adoption or foster care than pregnancy. I do think it's important to realize the potential pitfalls of that sort of thinking, though. Like, something I'd be worried about is I would be worried about falling into a thinking pattern of like viewing adopting a child as some form of like volunteering. But but like that's not a healthy way of looking at it, right? And it's something I'd be worried about for sure. Cuz like part of the reason why I would rather adopt or foster is because I don't really perceive the concept of creating a life as morally loaded one way or another. To me, that's morally neutral. And I don't have a desire for it. Whereas the concept of giving a better future to a child, I view as morally positive. But like, you can't be putting that shit on a kid. You can't be putting that sort of baggage on a child. Parenting is so much more than just doing something nice for a kid. And I'd be worried about whether or not I'd be able to fully and properly embrace parenthood in a way that isn't self-serving, I guess. Do you find anti-natalism interesting? Like stuff about kid not having a choice to be born? Yes and no. I think discourse around anti-natalism is often very skewed because of bitter and angry people who have had very difficult lives. But that doesn't mean the concept itself is bad. It's a nuanced idea. For sure. I often struggle at helping others. It's like giving a rope to someone who wants, like who wants to die. Not helping. I think that sort of discussion is much more complicated and probably too nuanced for me to properly address on stream. Sure, we can have better background if you want. We can have Marissa yapping. What was I saying? Right.
Strength is one of those
God.
things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
I don't know how to address this one. Because it's a very, very touchy subject. I have a very
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard.
not careless,
Weeding, fertilizing the soil,
but
making sure the temperature is right. But most important,
detached, I guess,
you have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
attitude. Can I get lo-fi music? Maybe. Sure. Towards the concept of life and death. I don't really have strong beliefs about the afterlife. But if I were to make a guess, I don't really believe in any form of afterlife. I have difficulty putting faith in concepts I can't grasp. And while I don't fully understand it, I can grasp the concept of a self being developed through neurological signals and chemical signals happening in your brain. But I cannot grasp how that self could ever be maintained in any way, shape, or form when the brain stops. And so, to me, the I guess the utilitarian impact of a death is truly and entirely neutral for the person who dies and is only felt by the people around them. And people who want death, as a general rule, don't want death, they want pain to stop. Whether it's physical, psychological, whatever. And is there a way to get that pain to stop without death? Probably. Can I say with confidence, without a full understanding of the afterlife, that that way is preferable to death? No. I can make a guess. I can have a belief. But I can't know. And because of that, I don't fully vibe with the idea that no one should ever kill themselves. Are we talking about Nefer or no? Yeah, this is Nefer, yeah. But like, I've been suicidal before. And I've been hospitalized as a result of a suicide attempt before. And as you can see, I wasn't very good at it. But when was that? That was towards the end of high school. I think in 2017. It was at the height of my dad's cancer. Anyways, we can talk about that, but right now we're talking about a different aspect relating to it. So let's not get too sidetracked. And sometimes I ask myself, like, am I glad that I wasn't successful? And I can't really answer. I'm not confident. If anything, I'm indifferent. Dad, I'm not asking for your input right now. I'm trying to explain why my thoughts on suicide are a bit more complicated than just, haha, you shouldn't kill yourself, you're so sexy, haha. Had I known what my life had in store for me at the time I tried to kill myself, I probably wouldn't have. But I don't particularly feel relieved that I failed. I just feel like it happened. Because if I was successful, I wouldn't have had a functional brain that could have felt pain, regret, any sort of negative consequence. Do you agree it was an impulsive decision that's selfish? I mean, it wasn't really an impulsive decision. It was a selfish one, though, for sure. It is almost always a selfish decision. But I don't think something being selfish means that you can't do it. Like, selfishness is characterized by prioritizing your desires over those of others. And selfishness is often bad because prioritizing your own desires with no regard to those of others leads to others experiencing pain. But does that mean that the right moral decision is to dismiss your desires and accept that your desires will never be fulfilled? Well, I think it's more complicated than that. Calling it selfish implies that you owe your life to someone, but you don't. But I don't think it does. Like, if the reality is that you wish to do something that will harm others because it will lead to an outcome you consider favorable, and you decide to follow through with that decision, it is an inherently selfish decision. But something can be selfish while still being acceptable. And your threshold of tolerance for acceptable is going to depend based on the depth of your desire and the depth of the pain inflicted upon others. And it's like a Nilo team. Like, it's really, really hard to calc, man. Like, maybe you can sim it, but calc can get pain in the ass. And I don't think sims are at the level of properly emulating real life yet. But getting back to what was said earlier, someone said that it was selfish and impulsive. I agree it was selfish, but it wasn't impulsive. It was a calculated decision where I did not believe my odds to live a happy life to be very high. And I did not want to experience the pain I was experiencing. It's a decision that I made after months of consideration. But like I said, I don't really feel either glad or disappointed that I failed. At the time, I felt very disappointed. But I got lucky. My life got better afterwards. How did you try to take your... Okay, buddy, that's not... Let's not do suicide tutorials, yes? Okay. Like, I'm all for open dialogue about heavy subjects, but there are limits. That's a big question. I don't think so. Like, everyone's reacting as if they were actually asking for a tutorial. Like, they were probably just curious and they didn't realize the implications of their question. A bit too parasocial. I think that's probably a bit too intimate of a detail, but I don't think it's something that warrants ridicule in that sense. My family's really scared of it happening again. Do you have a similar situation? Not really. Because, well, I think at this point, even if I did become suicidal again, the behavioral inertia that I mentioned earlier would probably make me procrastinate on it for like 40 years. And, and my mom is very well aware of how lazy and inert I am. So, yeah. Tomorrow for sure. So true. But yeah, like I also like want to make it very clear. I'm not advocating for any sort of suicide encouragement. Right? I don't think you should do selfish things. And I think that in almost every case, suicide is a selfish act. What I am saying is that I have a certain level of understanding and empathy towards people who were pushed and put through so much pain that they deemed that selfish act to be necessary. Do you go into self-care therapy after your attempt? No. I honestly bounce back, like, pretty fucking well. Somehow. I don't really get why. Actually, I do know why. It's because I started reading Albert Camus. Like, unironically. The myth of Sisyphus is the main reason why I was able to bounce back as well as I did. Is that the giant with the boulder? I'm not talking about the actual myth itself. I'm talking about the book called The Myth of Sisyphus by French philosopher Albert Camus. In which he presents the idea of Sisyphus as a happy individual. Sisyphus being the Greek mythology figure who, after... What the fuck did Sisyphus do again? He, like... Like, what? He cheated death. Oh. Basically, he was too fucking... He smurfed on death, and death called the coach, or death called the ref and was like, "Ref! He's cheating!" And then death bribed the ref, so Sisyphus got punished. And his punishment was that he had to push a big boulder up a cliff, or up a hill. But no matter how much he pushed the boulder, what was it? Was it got heavier and heavier, or the distance got longer and longer? I forgot. What was the mechanism that prevented him from pushing the boulder up the hill? Oh, it just fell back. Okay. The boulder would just always roll back down right before reaching the top of the hill. And Camus proposes the idea in the myth of Sisyphus that Sisyphus's life and his circumstances are not really inherently imbued with meaning. But Sisyphus can assign his own meaning to his task and find happiness through his efforts. The myth of Sisyphus advocates for the human ability to assign your own meaning to a life that is inherently meaningless. Basically, nihilism is life is meaningless, Saj. And absurdism is the main philosophy presented by Camus, is life is meaningless, poggers. There is no... It brings forward the idea that there is no inherent meaning to life, but rather than despairing over it, it proposes making use of your stupid head and choosing your meaning for yourself. Isn't that existentialism? There's overlap. Absurdism is like a little bit more carefree, I guess. Yeah, actually, it's probably more like existentialism is life is meaningless poggers, and absurdism is like life is meaningless low. That's probably more accurate. Stupid on life. What's your favorite part or quote from the book? I'm gonna be honest with you, I did not finish it. It is a painful read. It is probably the worst written book of his. Alright? In my opinion, Camus is a good novelist and an awful essayist. It's just so fucking boring. The way he writes just does not do it for me. But the ideas he brings forward make you think. Like, I would read one page and then think about it for a few days, basically. Real Boulder is finishing the book. Alright, life saved. I've read enough. Yeah, pretty much. Anyways. I should change my signature back. I changed it. This is what I mean, by the way, chat. I notice my signature every single fucking day. I'm always like, change it later. It's been here since the collab with Byte. We're just clicking on the button, and then on another button, and then on another button, and then writing a new one, and then on another button. Do I really care about my signature that much? Not really. Might as well do it tomorrow. Why does it look high? I'm just sleep deprived. And then you explored 2/3 of the whole Genshin map in 2 months. Inertia doesn't just refer to the effort required to bring a stationary object to movement. It also refers to the effort required to bring a moving object to rest. Thank you. The halt. Sure. Like, why do you think I can get through 200 chapters of manhwa a day? How much do you remember when reading so much? It depends. Depends on how good it is, honestly. I read a lot of slop though, and the problem with slop is that there's often a lot of overlap in setting with both other slop and good stories, and because of that, it kind of starts mixing together, and I forget what's from what. Recommend good Murim manhwa. I'm gonna be honest, Murim manhwa kind of tends to suck ass. This is probably a hot take, but I think Murim is a better setting for romance stories than action stories. There, I said it. You got me. What is Murim? It's like it refers to like fictional ancient Chinese martial arts thing. Yeah, it's like the cultivation stuff. We have the heavenly demon sect clan thing. And you have the Murim Alliance. The dark, evil, very mean sect. And then you have the monks of Shaolin. And you've got the strongest Namgun clan. The petals, cherry blossoms of Mount Hua. And whatever. Plum blossoms. That's sorry. Yeah, my bad. But yeah. There was one that I forgot the name. Um It's about a unorthodox alliance assassin girl who gets reincarnated as a concubine in the same world. It's not an isekai. Isekai is otherworld. Not all reincarnation is isekai. It's actually possession, not reincarnation, but whatever. Anyone know what it's called? Maybe there's concubine in the name. If I look up concubine on my anime list, I might find it. Yeah, I did find it. A martial master wakes up as a concubine. It's a rom-com, and it got a bit repetitive after like 60 chapters or some shit. But at the start, I quite enjoyed it. This one. The MC is pregnant now? That's crazy. Omega spoilers, what the heck? What else, chat? What's some other good Marin manhwa? Legend of the Northern Blade? Have I read this one? I don't think so. Maybe I should. That's peak, is it? Alright, I might give it a shot then. How good is Marin login? It's okay. Alright, chat, I'm giving in. Let's take a look at the fucking Nefer kit so you guys can shut the fuck up already. Wait, what the fuck is Frost Star, man? Wait, okay. Let me, Okay. Okay, let's start with the weapons. So, what the fuck is this? Wait, is that a new battle pass? No. 4-star gacha crit weapons, oh boy. For 10 seconds after a charge attack hits an opponent, EM increased by 72. For 10 seconds after a skill, EM increased by 48. Oh. Shit, that's kind of good. 240 EM. Molani weapon. Surely Molani will hit with either a charge attack or an elemental skill, right? Yugi. Sacrificer's Staff. For 6 seconds after an elemental skill hits an opponent, attack is increased by 8% and ER is increased by 6%. Max 3 stacks. $18 ER, 24 attack. That's pretty good. And then this is probably Nilo's Sig. Low base attack, crit damage. 8 crit rate. When your character uses skill, EM is increased by 80. When they deal Lunar Bloom damage, crit damage is increased by 24. When both effects are active, they're both increased by 50%. So it's 120 EM and 52 CV. Oh. I see. Alright. Performs 4 kicks, Ponk. You love 4-hitted. Actually, wait. Ooh, nice. This is a 3-hit, which is nice. That means pretty decent tap. Or sorry, this is a double hit. The hit 3 is a double hit, so N3D is probably going to be decent tap. Anyways. Charge attack. Nefer enters the Slither state, consuming stamina. When the skill button is released, the duration ends, or stamina runs out. She exits the Slither state and consumes a certain amount of additional stamina. Oh, no. Oh, okay, never mind. It's not actually additional stamina. It's 50 stamina, but you can also hold it for more. Okay. To deal dendro damage. Additionally, unleashing a skill or sprinting while in the Slither state will not cause her to exit the state. Well, that's nice. You get to actually dash. Plunge attack. Okay. Skill. Secret strategy, Dance of 1,000 Nights. Oh, I'm seeing attack here, and I don't like that. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. A dance that dissolves dynasties, as chilling as a winter's night on the great sea of sand. New one got reposted. Oh, did I open the wrong one? I did. It's this one, right? Okay, GG. Never charges forward, dealing AoE dendro damage and entering Shadow Dance. After using skill, she will enter this state. What? Why are they saying that? We know. Okay. While in the Shadow Stance, if you have at least one Verdant Dew, Nefer's charge attacks will be replaced with the special charge attack Phantasm Performance. Nefer will exit the Shadow Dance stance when she unleashes 3 performances, or the state's duration ends. Oh, I see. This is the text that shows up when you click on this in-game. I understand. While in the Shadow Dance state, if you have at least one Verdant Dew, Nefer's charge attacks will be replaced with the special charge attack, Phantasm Performance. They just say this twice. Okay, wow, that's fucking... okay. When in the Shadow Dance state caused by her elemental skill, if you have at least one Verdant Dew, her charge attack will be... okay, they just repeat this again. Nefer summons a shade of herself to perform a coordinated attack against enemies. Nefer and the shade will deal 2 and 3 stages of AoE dendro damage respectively. Damage dealt by the shade is considered Lunar Bloom damage. Not by herself. Okay, interesting. 1 Verdant Dew will be consumed the first time a shade is summoned after every Phantasm performance. So let me get this right. You can enter the state whenever. And then in the state, you can consume Verdant Dew to deal damage. And you can do it up to 3 times. Yes? Okay. Has 2 uses. Well, that's nice. Okay, anyways. Skill damage. Is this. What talent level is that? Talent level 9. 217. Okay. Sacred Vow. True Eyes Phantasm. Grant a revelation to the mysteries of the false through thoughts, true sight, dealing AoE dendro damage to opponents ahead. When unleashed, Nefer will consume all Veils of Falsehood, which is the dendro core replacement, I guess. To increase damage dealt by the current elemental burst. Each stack of Veil of Falsehood increases the damage dealt by her Phantasm performance by 10%. Initial maximum number of stacks is 3, which with each stack lasting for 9 seconds. Wait, but does this not get consumed? Yeah, let's read this shit. Oh god. This is awful. What the fuck is that, by the way? Why? Why is this a thing? Why is she increasing attack when she's not an attack scaler? They felt like it. Yeah, okay. Isn't she a dual scaler? I mean, the same way that Nevilet or that Molani is a dual scaler because you N1 for your setup. No. No, she's not. It does not appear, unless I'm missing something big, it does not appear that she is a dual scaler, no. Anyways. So, Ascendant Gleam, when she unleashes her skill, any Dendro cores and Bountiful cores will be converted to seeds, and any Lunar Bloom reactions in the following 15 seconds will instead create Seeds of Deceit. Seeds of Deceit cannot trigger Hyperloom or Burgeon reactions and will not burst. When Nefer unleashes a charge attack, if you have at least 1 Verdant Dew, Nefer's charge attack will be replaced with the special charge attack. Nefer, okay. She can absorb Seeds of Deceit within a certain range, getting 1 stack of Veil of Falsehood. Each stack increases the damage dealt by Nefer's performance by 10%. The initial maximum number of stacks is 3, which with each stack lasting for 9 seconds. Wait, so she doesn't need any app. You just need to trigger it 3 times. And then you absorb your things, and then you're buffed for the rest of your uptime. Because they don't get consumed. Right? Each stack lasts for 9 seconds, so you just generate your stacks, and then you have them for 9 seconds. That's kind of boring. Nefer will consume all veils of falsehood. Yes. Which increases the damage. Is the stack's duration not... Oh, okay, I'm a bit confused. Actually. So... Veil of Falsehood... Is it only consumed... It's only consumed through your burst, no? Or am I being an idiot? Odd. I think this is gonna be better, by the way. I'm like 100% sure. Like, they just repeat the same words 8 times with this. So, okay. When unleashed, Nefer will consume all Veils of Falsehood to increase the damage dealt by the current elemental burst. Okay. And Veils of Falsehood is something you gain from this, right? When Nefer unleashes a charge attack or burst, you can absorb Seeds of Deceit, gaining 1 stack of Veil. Oh, Phantasm Performance is not burst. Phantasm Performance is a special charge attack. So it's just whenever she charge attacks. Whenever she charge attacks, she can absorb your blooms, basically, to gain 1 stack of Veil of Falsehood. And after that, you use your burst, which consumes... Wait. Dealt by the elemental burst? What? Where do you want to increase the burst damage? Oh no! So... Yeah, so the burst just has damage bonus on it. That's what the Veils of Falsehood are. It's just 100 damage %. That's it. The new one says it increases performance damage. Does it? Never will consume all Veils of Falsehood. And then we gotta figure out where the fuck this bracket... To increase the damage dealt by the current elemental burst. It does not say that. You were wrong. Okay, so... Veil of Falsehood can be consumed to increase burst damage, but it also has the innate ability to increase your charge attack damage. Right? If I'm understanding correctly. Each one you have increases your charge attack damage by 10% up to 3. And when you use your burst, it consumes all you have to increase damage %. So basically, you need to bloom 3 times per rotation. That is boring as fuck. Dude, we're cooked. That's so cooked. That's so boring. Technically a bit more because you need to keep generating Verdant Dew. But like, it's pretty damn boring. Right, because like, ideally you want to swap into her with 3 Verdant Dew. Right? Then you... use your skill. You charge attack 3 times. Use your skill again. You charge attack. You probably have at least 1.5 verdant dues back. You can probably just charge attack 3 times again, right? As long as your uptime is longer than like 7 seconds, which it should be. Maybe you can burst in the middle? Yeah, you can. For sure. Okay, let me look at the animations. Okay, combat starts at a minute. Surely they will show with with the effect, right? Surely they're gonna show with with verdant dew. Okay, they do, I think. I'm not sure. I think it's when the circle goes pew. Here it is with enemies. Twitter video player dies of cringe. Okay, this is like 1.5 seconds ish. Alright. This is a character that is gonna be fucking brain dead to play, actually. My god. So she gets 200 attack. She gets 100 EM. I wonder if this 10% is Lunar Bloom percent or if it's multiplicative. It's probably multiplicative from the way it's written, I think. Has to be base attack? No. I don't think so. 200 attack seems kind of low. It's a little bit more than what Flynn's gets. But she doesn't seem to scale that well with attack, so I don't really get it. But it is what it is, I suppose. 200 base EM? Is that true? That is true. Oh, but okay. So, let's do some basic stuff. So, few of our assumptions go down the drain. He's got some attack scaling. So, okay. One nice thing, though, is she is going to be one hell of a driver for Llama. Right? For Llama Burst. Because this is 3 hits. And it happens 6 times. So it is 18. But, okay. Alright, so what did I assume for these? 200, yup. 221, yup. 187, yup. 84. What was this from? Set bonus. This was substats, I think. Yeah. This was resonance. This was the thingy. The set bonus. The other set bonus. This was Nahida. What the fuck was a 60 from? Was it Sapwood Singto? Yeah, it was. Okay, bad. Okay. Base attack is kind of high, but alright. It's 344. Attack percent. Flat attack, 350 plus 200. Okay. Damage percent, 1 is going to be on this skill, and there's basically nothing. But then damage percent 2 on the burst. This is probably 40 at talent level 10, right? Good value. Crit Ascension. Main stats, substats. She does not have a passive like this one. Set bonus Loma. We do instead have, what was it, 100 EM? Yep, 100 EM from this. Okay. Alright, effective attack 1 is attack times 1 plus damage percent times damage percent 2. Man, it's kind of pissing me off. And this is going to be P11. EM E. The attack E. This is EM Lunar Bloom. This is Loma. This is the attack Q. EM Q. Then motion value E. Motion value attack E. Motion value EM E. Motion value Lunar Bloom. Motion value attack Q. Motion value EM Q. No. Motion value Loma. Motion value attack Q. Motion value EM Q. Damage attack E. Damage EM E. damage Lunar Bloom, damage Pluma, damage attack Q, damage EM Q. Okay. And 7. Okay. Now, instead of Singto, we'll probably do something else. Since we don't fucking need blooms. Boring, whatever. What do we do? Yulon, I guess? What's her cooldown? It's like a fake 18. Whatever. Okay. So, Nefer, yeah. Okay, so what do we have here? 48 from that, yeah. 36, this is fucking fake now. Maybe like 2.25 times D6 divided by... How about replacing Nahida with an Electro? I'm not convinced. $100. Okay, that makes sense. So, place with this. Okay, we have 48, we have this, we have 20%. We don't have this. Okay. Damage percent E, damage percent Q. Okay, her stats should be good. Now we just need to put the motion value properly. What was this? Really? Oh well. Motion value, attack, E. I have subs at 100, maybe. I guess it shouldn't be at 100 though. She actually does kind of care about attack. And I added a bit of attack to make up for it. Okay. Motion value, attack, E. So every time this happens... Wow, that's pathetic as fuck. Okay. So it's 129.9 plus... how many do we get in total? We get 6. 6 times 41.9 plus 54.5. I did not remove Sapwoodium, you are right. Thank you. Okay. Motion value, EM, skill. Is it just all double? It is. I can just do this times 2. Skill cast twice? That is true. That is true. Motion value, Lunar Bloom. Oh boy. Okay. So... 163.2 times 2 plus 217.6 times 6. Okay. Motion value llama. Each one is this, right? This one is it's 377.8 times 0.8, and this I just do 18. Motion value attack Q is 381.9 plus 572.8. This times 2. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Yep. Dude. What the fuck? Her Q is so bad, bro. What the hell? That is awful. That's like DPS loss type bait. Bro, this is okay. Oh, I even forgot the fucking 10% increase to charge attacks, did I? I did. So each stack is 10, so you'll be at 30. But is it 30 Lunar Bloom damage, or is it 30% multiplicative scaling? For now, I'll assume it's multiplicative, because it kind of reads like it is. I think it's 30 for her normal Dendro damage. Damage dealt by Nefer's Phantasm Performance. Phantasm Performance is all of this. So I don't think so. I think it applies to everything. Now, does it apply as damage percent or as multiplicative? No clue. Oh, by Nefer's Phantasm Performance. So I guess it could just not apply to the ones on the shade. But if that's the case, then it's completely worthless. Nah, that's just pathetic if that's the case. Because it would mean that that whole fucking mechanic is just 30 damage percent. 1k DPS. What the fuck? There's no shot it's that, man. No shot they're adding 17 lines of text for 1k DPS. There's no way. It has to also apply to the shades. Another dead on arrival? I mean, this doesn't look dead on arrival. You know? But I might have some stuff wrong. Are the cons benefiting from bursting? That's a good question. Base damage of Lunar Bloom increased by 60% for EM. This effect is also boosted by Veil of Falsehood. Wait. Okay. Yeah. This says Lunar Bloom reactions caused by Nefer's Phantasm performance. But Nefer's Phantasm performance do not cause Lunar Bloom reactions. It's the shades. Which means when they say Nefer's Phantasm performance, it has to include the shades. %, it has to. Because otherwise the wording would be different. I mean, they could also just be lying in the kit. They've done this before, but from the wording you can imply, you can deduce that it should work. But I still don't know if it's Lunar Bloom damage or multiplicative. I feel like if it's multiplicative, she's probably too good. So I think I'm just going to assume it's Lunar Bloom damage for now. Will C2 Nilo be the best Hydro option? Yeah. Probably. We're Silver Rock, I guess. Anyways. C2. Anyways, this is just 60 more emotion value. On each hit. Alright, so 180 per E. So this is, with the assumptions I have right now, C0. And then C1 would be plus 180. 20k DPS. Okay. That is a normal C1, I think. Enhances the effect of her passive, extends Veil of Falsehood duration by 5 seconds, and increase its stack limit to 5. So that's causing Phantasm performance. To deal up to 150% of its original damage. What? Is that just repeating what they just said? I think. When Nefer unleashes her skill, she will instantly gain 2 stacks. Additionally, when you gain 5 stacks, you get an additional 200 EM. Okay. So, this would be C1, and then C2. If it's 200 EM and 30%, 20% here, right? I don't think so. Maybe? I don't know. Oh, is it plus 100? My bad. And then plus 20% Lunar Bloom. I think it's just a multiplicative thing. But if it's that, then she's broken. Unless I'm missing something. I'm a little confused at this point. Remember Loma Nuke? I mean... Yeah. I think this is implying that at 5 stacks, 50% increased damage, Phantasm Performance deals 150% of its original damage, which is implying that it's multiplicative. All calcs are at 106k. Yeah, I'm at 126, so I don't know. I'm a bit... Although I haven't changed this shit. I need to change this shit. I need to change the rest of the team. Her personal damage is at 103k, so something's definitely, yeah. Anyways, Llama, this is fine, this is fine. I don't think pretty much anything changes for her. We don't really want to use Verdant Dew on her. We just tap, we don't hold. We could hold, probably, but it's gonna make things annoying. It's not worth it. God. What if TF? Okay, no, that's not a good idea. Yeah, okay. So this one's fine. No, it's not. It's not times 12. It's times 7. Have you calculated with Bennett? It's gonna be complete dog shit. Her attack scalings are terrible. What percentage of her damage is lunar? %90. Why is Nahida on the team? 250 EM is a lot. Is she 126k at C0? We're not done. We didn't adjust everything. This was Fab Nahida. Yeah. 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 No. This was not 9 anymore. It's like 7, 6, 7. 7. Let's do 6. Hmm. Four. And now Elon. But man, the fact that her skill has 2 charges is fucking insane, by the way. Because it allows you to do rotations shorter than 18 seconds. Right, because you enter your first skill, you put it on the cooldown. It's like Navia, where you can do a 3E rotation, right? You can do the same shit with Nefer. But you can also, instead of doing a 3E rotation, do like a 17 or a 16 second rotation. Anyways, Yelan! So we're gonna have HP instead of attack. How many charge attacks per E? It's only 1, it's 3. 3 charge attacks per E. Well, he's at 98k. Well, I'm clearly at way higher, so we're gonna have to figure it out. You can't do a 3E rotation, you need to generate Verdant Duo. She consumes 3 drops. Well, yes and no. Like, while you're using your skills and hitting the enemy, do you think Verdant Duos just don't appear? Like, anyways. Characters, Hydro, Yelan. Where are you, Yelan? 14,450. HP percent would be 46. No, she goes 5 and ER Sands. So 18, 20 from subs. 5k HP. What? Yeah, we go 5, right? Yeah, we go 5. 14,450? That's, yeah. HP Goblet. Could be HP, could be damage. Doesn't really matter. What sets did I have here? I think I had... Yeah, I had this on Emblem, right? Her full kit get leaked? Yeah, pretty much. It's not 180 anymore. It's more than that. It's 200-ish. And then instead of this, I don't have anything, right? No. Crit value, 98.4 base. Okay. Effective HP. Okay. Motion value HP. 12.42 plus 8.28 times, I don't know, 13 from this team. Motion value skill, 38.4. Res multiplier. Is that true? No, it's not. Not anymore. 1 point. It's minus 15, so 0.75. That can't be right. Is that right? I think that is right. Wow, this Yelan character sucks ass. My god. Let's look at Ino instead. Base attack, 242. Attack percent, 10%. Flat attack, 350. And then we get Pav, which is 454 base, I think, for Greatsword. Unless I'm an idiot. I'm probably an idiot. I am, but not in this case. Okay. Do you even care about Fav? Honestly? Not really. Like, I guess your Llama burst is important, and so is your Nahida burst, but your Nefer burst is fucking dog shit. It's so bad. Event weapon, but like, what's the upside? I know has more EM when she triggers Lunar Bloom, which doesn't create a core or deal damage. Amazing. Forest Regalia. You're right. We can do Forest Regalia. That's smart. That's smart. That's smart. Hmm. 565. Okay. EM. Bro, I'm gonna be so for real with you guys right now. I'm gonna just make Aino's DPS 1. Because she's not doing shit. And then we can add every other rotation, so 60 EM from half uptime for Regalia, 80 from Aino C1, and 35 Lunar Bloom damage from Aino C6. And that's 126k. Is something wrong? Am I forgetting something? Don't you lose a Knockcry Resonance? Nope, Nahida's activating it. Did you remove cons? Yeah, I did. Alright, this is her base attack. This is her craftable attack. 20% attack. 200 flat attack. EM. 200 base. Weapon. Double EM main stat. 2-piece set bonus. Dendro Resonance. 4 EM substat rolls. The Knockcry support set. Now he does burst. Nefer's 100 EM steroid. Half uptime for his Regalia. Aino C1. Nefer and Llama passives. Craftable weapon. Raises Resonance. 2 artifact sets. Aino C6. Damage percent on Q, but it's not like it fucking matters. Then Great Ascension, main stat, substats, set bonus, Loma 40% bonus. EM Lunar Bloom is EM times EM multiplier Lunar Bloom times crit multiplier. Yeah, that makes sense. The Llama proc is Llama's EM times the scaling times crit multiplier. That also makes sense. We're assuming 30%. Like, this is like a big assumption. I don't know how real that is. Confi is lower because he removed burst. Bro, you want to see what happens when I remove burst? DPS goes from 126k to 117k. It's still fucking pretty good. Did you apply I know C6? I did, yes. Does she actually use the 18 stacks? She does. Because she does 6 charge attacks, 3 charge attacks per E, 2 E's, and each charge attack hits 3 times with her Lunar Bloom damage. But is it 2 single target? It might be 2 single target. Yeah, I don't know how AoE this is. It doesn't look too AoE. Isn't Proto Ember Nahida more realistic? I think right now she's on Fav. Proto Ember is literally the same stats as Fav. And I haven't done a full ER calc anyways, because you're probably overloaded on ER on everyone anyways. But like, man, that's 120k personal DPS. That's not okay. Like, that's Maweka. Almost. And that's pre-Columbina. 2 possibilities. 3 possibilities. 1, I got something wrong. Maybe this is not 30% multiplicative. It's just 30 like Lunar Bloom percent. Whatever. 2, she gets gutted. This is pre-beta. I think that's the most likely outcome. 3, Nullcrop Power Creep is fucking off the rails already. Because, like, you guys need to understand, okay? She does not take 18 seconds to do this, and she can start her next rotation before her cooldowns are back. Because what locks her to 18-second rotation is her skill cooldown, but her skill has charges. So you can borrow from your next rotation. Right? I know cooldowns are 14. Right? Nahida cooldown, 14. Llama cooldown, 15. So, like, assuming you don't do more than, like, 3-4 rotations, you can probably get away with, like, 15-second rotations, 150k DPS. That's crazy. So, something's wrong. So, bro, something's wrong. Llama less? You want to see Llama less? Sure. What do we do instead of Llama? Baiju? Sure, let's look at Baiju. Why not? Baiju's personal DPS is gonna be fucking nothing, but we're gonna pretend that Llama's still there. Why not? For the personal DPS, it's gonna be a bit less, but 3k doesn't fucking matter anyway, so it's fine. Okay, what do we lose? We lose We lose. What do we lose? What do we lose? We lose 40 CV. We lose the llama thing. We lose the shred. And we gain EM multiplier. Where the fuck is Baiju, man? There he is. How much is it? I don't even remember if you cap it. Of course, it's not fucking included here, stupid, Lunar Bloom. Oh, let's say 40k. So 28%. This is gone as well. You get 28%. Alright. Oh boy. Okay, I thought stuff that it was very different, by the way. What do your stats look like? Actually, it might just be because of this. I don't know. Actually, this probably makes it both, yeah. If I do Yulon plus no 30% damage, anyways, we're gonna need some more info on this to be sure. But if this is indeed just a straight up fucking times 1.3, this character is outright broken. Like, fucked up broken. And also, fucking worthless without Loma. Like, This is probably the most reliant I've ever seen a character be on another. Like, worse than Skirk? Way worse than Skirk. I highly doubt it's 1.3. It's not noted as reaction increase, and Lunar Bloom isn't affected by general damage percent. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be damage percent. It seems to be just a multiplier increase. Because it was a C1, right? Yeah. The base damage for Lunar Bloom reactions caused by Nefer's Phantasm performance is increased by 60% of her EM. But Nefer's Phantasm performance does not do Lunar Bloom damage. What does Lunar Bloom damage is the Shade's Phantasm performance, which means the phrase Nefer's Phantasm performance includes both the ones from Nefer and the ones from the Shade. Otherwise, this would literally do nothing. So with the understanding that Nefer's Phantasm performance is something that includes the Lunar Bloom damage, we can read the effect, which is each stack of Veil of Falsehood increases the damage dealt by Nefer's Phantasm performance by 10%. But it applies to the whole thing, the ones from Nefer herself and the ones from the Shade. One of them scales with damage percent, the other one scales with Lunar Bloom damage. So that can't really work. If it's damage percent, it's only going to apply to one of them. If it's Lunar Bloom damage, it's only going to apply to the other. You know what would apply to both? Just an outright times 1.3 multiplier. And something that supports this even more is specification on the C2, which says increase its stack limit to 5 and cause Phantasm performance to deal up to 150% of its original damage. If each stack is 10, and at 5 you can do 150, then it means that, well, at 3 you'll do 130. And when stuff mentions its original damage, usually it's multiplicative. How big of a difference does it make? This is if it's multiplicative. This is if it's Lunar Bloom percent. 15k DPS difference. Tiny little bit. Yeah. Just a tad. Nahida less. Since she's not burst reliant, Nahida less won't be a problem. Diona's gonna be the same fucking amount. I guess uptime will kind of suck ass. Could Sucrose be better? You'd probably still care about the energy for Loma, so not really. Why not use Singto? Because this character can do rotations of 18 seconds, sometimes even less than 18 seconds. Did I fuck something up? Yeah. TDS Tenacity Kokomi. This character, okay. This is the current number. I will give Nefer 5,000 attack. We gain 10% team DPS. Do you really think TTDS is gonna do fucking anything? It will not. How would Farina plus Diona do here? Why the fuck would you use Farina? Damage percent is ass. Attack is ass. Just build EM. Need more EM. All of the EM. Anyways. We'll probably know more about this tomorrow anyways. I think that's going to be it for me for today. I hope you all had a good time. Editors are actually already done with the banner review, so I might as well post that now. You guys should go watch it. Leave a like, comment, subscribe. What should we call it? Well, we just posted. Oh my god, I'm blooming. And then we posted, oh my god, I'm not blooming anymore. I think now we post, oh my god, you can bloom too. That's crazy. Alright, as usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. But if you're too lazy or understand, here's a link. Go leave a like, comment, subscribe, and I will see you.